Fresh, green, Irish. Shop now at Walmart.
Email Unsportsmanlike conduct on the Equitable Bank Zone Inbox with whatever is on your mind, from your hot takes to what you think is one. The Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone Inbox.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced to another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Hey, it's time for the crossover, powered by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everylevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick.
Hey!
Hello.
We're all back.
This is, this is really something, isn't it?
Enjoy it.
Yep.
Why?
Soak it in.
Because there's not many of these left for this month.
Nope.
For this month.
What about tomorrow?
That's why I say soak it in. Soak in the next few days.
We have the rest of the week.
We do.
All of us together
That's
to
it.
create great crossovers.
Or attempt them.
Did you hear, Nick, yesterday? You were not here.
Was that another best of? Another Happy New Year?
People liked it. I don't know. I can't really explain it.
I can't either because I certainly
Nick,
had
can you
no
explain
intention
it?
to.
Well, it's probably because I wasn't here. That's what I'm thinking.
There has to be something else going on. Something must be different.
I feel like I'm the one common denominator.
No, I think
Nick, you do a great job.
The air conditioner is only part working.
Yeah.
It's the same studio. We're at our same microphones.
Yep.
The TV is usually tuned to MLB Network.
Yeah. Yesterday it wasn't, though. It was a different variable.
The Magic morning show board has not been touched.
What a great board. It's an incredible board.
What a great board.
So, yeah, I mean, it's not just you, Nick. There's a lot of common things. You know, that whatever that thing is hanging from the ceiling's been hanging from the ceiling.
We had baseball on yesterday, Nick. There's not baseball on right now. Well, I guess there's softball, though.
Yeah,
that's cool.
But that's not baseball.
That's not baseball.
But we also had softball on yesterday.
By the way, I was listening at lunch with Happer, #lunch with Happer.
Mm-hmm.
It's making lunch. And I had forgotten that I downloaded the Sam McEwen interview from yesterday to listen to because I hadn't had a chance to yet.
Yes.
And so you're describing Evansville, and I'm like, wait a second. I thought that all of the seeds were, all the super teams were here. And I had figured that. I'm like, wait a second. Is there another baseball game being played right now? But then I had to remember that's from yesterday.
That was from yesterday.
I was very confused for a good 5 seconds.
I'm glad that you couldn't tell the difference between me today and me yesterday.
You were
sign of consistency.
But then I realized, wait a second, he is way chipper-y. Because man, today you were on one today. Happer was just yelling about stuff left and right today.
I just had a lot of things I needed to get off
Your
my
UTEP
chest.
rant I thought was perfect. I couldn't agree more with that one.
Grow up.
Nebraska's running back situation is always a tire fire. Couldn't agree more. But he got mad, John, about fans who say that UTEP is the most important Husker game this year.
John, what do you
because
think
it's
about
the next game on the schedule.
God. Fans, you don't have to act. You're not coaches. Stop acting like coaches because you're not one.
Nice.
I know y'all want to play one on TV. You've got all the freaking answers. You're not coaches. The UTEP game is not the most important game on the schedule.
We should all do individually our own rants on this today. Josh, would you like to look into the camera and do a rant?
I couldn't agree more. Shut up, you morons. God, yeah, I couldn't.
We're gonna have a power ranking here that we didn't get to yesterday.
Oh,
but in said power ranking,
dumbest takes.
Oh, you know what? I forgot to upload. No, I did upload. It's still on yesterday's.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find
Grum
this.
down.
Now, this is yesterday, so
Grum down.
Nebraska's not gator bait for a second day in a row.
Oh, okay.
All right. This is it's a very small chart, right?
Very tiny.
But,
Tiny baby chart.
But UTEP is way down at the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, it's hard to read.
What is this chart trying to tell me?
It's a power ranking. And UTEP is in the most bottom category.
Yes. They
Oh,
suck.
there they are. See, the minus 18.6.
They have a first-year head coach.
That category is called worst, by the way.
Nice.
Outside of Northern Iowa,
No
and
Panthers.
I would say maybe even including Northern Iowa, UTEP, worst team on the schedule this year.
Would you like to put it on the list? Nebraska will beat UTEP by more points than they will beat Northern Iowa by.
Oh, that's a fun list item, John.
Eggs.
Would you like to put that on the list?
I feel like it. Well, I'm not
Commit
trying
to it,
I'm not
Happer.
trying to bring Northern Iowa into the conversation, but I do agree with you that they may pose a tougher challenge than UTEP. Sure,
What are we writing?
Nebraska will beat UTEP
by a larger margin,
by more points than they will beat Northern Iowa by.
Okay.
Now, this also counts if Nebraska only loses to UTEP by 3,
Oh.
but loses to Northern Iowa by 15.
Yes, the margin has to be bigger for the UTEP game.
All right,
Even if
perfect.
it's a negative number.
There we go. Get
All
the
right,
eggs.
I got a list item.
Is
I
that
feel
Happer's
good.
first list item?
Scroll. No. On February 23rd. Oh, we've talked about this in the crossover. He said, I'm abstaining because I'm a weenie. And then on May 7th, he said, I'm no longer a weenie 77, famously for Thomas Fidoni's NCAA ranking. Remember, he didn't want to participate.
You
the
guys
first
guilted
time.
me into that. This is my first
This is your first-
semi-natural list item.
Yeah, this is your first list item. I would agree with that.
Okay.
Good.
Indeed.
Good.
Congrats.
By the way, speaking
Thank you.
of the librarian, a new episode of, I'm still going to sue him, Chasing 3 comes out today. And apparently he is the guy that they're talking about.
Oh.
Will they ask him about shushing?
Probably.
Shh.
That's
That'd be
the thing
fun.
I think about the most.
Did he score any touchdowns after the shush?
I think he did.
I think one
I
touchdown.
think he did. He
Yeah.
did not do a shush, though.
No, he did the shush one time. The best part about
He was stained.
every time he scores is that there are people who I know who are at these games, and they are always texting me like, just to let you know your mentions are about to blow up. And so then I'm like, oh, spoiler alert, Nebraska's going to score a touchdown.
But Thomas Fidoni specifically.
It's Thomas Fidoni. Yeah. So that was no, wait, real quick. Was the shush versus versus NIU, Northern Iowa? Or was it La Tech? I think it was Northern Iowa. So then he scored
Northern
two touchdowns.
Illinois.
Northern Illinois, my bad. Because he had a touchdown versus La Tech, and then he had one more versus Purdue. A 1-yard touchdown.
I would say it's probably a lot.
So I think it was the night game. I think it was the Northern.
It was a night game.
Yeah, so it was the Northern Illinois game. So he had 2 touchdowns after that.
Okay.
4 touchdowns total last year.
Would you feel a little like a tiny baby upset if they brought up the hush and then he just kind of blows past it but doesn't
No,
mention?
I'd be surprised if he talked about it. I'd be very like if he was,
They should have reached out to you for comment.
comment.
They should have.
Oh,
They should
yeah,
have.
And then
I'd
you could
say-
bring up the name of their program.
I'd be like, what is this, Chasing 3? Is that what this is? Did you steal this name from my podcast? It's been around for a year.
just tell
know-
people, look up Chasing 3 wherever you get your podcast
Yeah.
and download whatever shows up.
Yeah,
That's actually a great marketing tool.
that is. Yeah. If you,
You know,
love
because
Nebraska
we realize a lot
sports-
of Husker fans are on the road a lot. They don't get a chance to watch. So maybe you just want to listen. Just download Chasing 3 wherever
Yes.
you
Oh.
find your podcast.
Bingo.
Chasing 3 what?
Hours, Happer. Hours.
Mm.
HOURS.
Now, if they were chasing 3 points,
Again, it would just be a bunch of tie
just give them a
games.
lot of ties.
A lot of ties.
Yeah.
A lot of ties.
We're anti-tie. in
Well,
America.
there would
Draws.
be then
Punts.
overtime, and then the chances
Oh.
are they could have lost.
Famously, John, they have not scored a point in overtime in a decade.
Oh,
They haven't even
God,
gotten
that's
like a
right.
first down in overtime. In
Yes.
That's
decade.
right.
Nick, let's add this to
No
our...
overtimes this year.
Nick, get ready to add
no.
something to our fun little calendar. We've got
Oh.
calendars. Now, I got to figure out the correct date real fast, but get ready to go to November. Nebraska played at Iowa on November the 28th, 2014.
Mhm.
Yep.
This will be the 10-year anniversary.
Oh, good.
Of their
Nebraska's
last-
overtime point.
Yes. Kenny Bell. So let's have a little reminder in there for us, Nick.
You know what that
The
deserves?
28th?
Are we-
Yeah.
Now, we're sure it's points at all, right?
They have been shut out. The Husker 24/7 podcast.
That is amazing.
And like you said, I don't think that they have gotten a first down. It's insane.
Yeah.
The cumulative yards is
you are
negative
guaranteed
yards.
to get a field goal just by existing, just
Usually.
by being in overtime.
How long was the field goal attempt versus Colorado on the road in Boulder?
It ended up being almost 50 because they went backwards.
Yeah, they ended up going backwards.
I think wasn't there something similar versus Northwestern in 2018 as well on the road?
Yes, I
So
believe
it's the last time they've scored in overtime?
Yes. That's Thanksgiving this year, by the way. So
Single
maybe, Nick, we
point.
should put it in for the 27th so we can talk about it on Wednesday the 27th.
You know what? Because everyone's just assuming there's going to be a bowl game this year. And in the past, we've talked about, I think we should guarantee ourselves a cake. We should have a cake for the 10-year anniversary of no overtime points.
I love that.
Get the
idea.
Now, this is incumbent on the fact that Nebraska does not play an overtime game prior to it and then scores a point.
I got a list item for you, John. Put it on the list.
Ooh.
Nebraska will score points in overtime this season.
Really?
I'm putting it down.
Why do you feel
but
so confident about
They
that?
might not play in overtime.
Law of averages.
But they may not play in overtime.
That's also the other part of the list item, John. They will play in overtime and they will score points.
Man, that's going to suck when it happens against Northern Iowa.
So
it's going to be really weird when this anniversary pops up, but they would have scored in overtime in any of the games before that.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Yeah, that's true. So you're conflicting a couple things there. So what if Nebraska is in overtime yet again? And their defense, their very good defense, let's just say against
UTEP.
Stop it, John.
Perfect, John. I think that makes
it's
a lot
the
of
most
sense.
important game.
It is. It's huge.
Ohio State.
Their defense, their very good defense, allows 0 points.
Mhm.
And Nebraska decides this is easy. Let's just get a few yards. And on 4th down and 3, Tristan Alvano comes out.
I'm
and
triggered already.
He lines up for what would be about a 38-yard field goal.
Mhm.
You're assuming that he's going to make that kick?
It's going to be a
We
touchdown.
all know what assuming does.
Makes an ass out of you and me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just an interesting thing to, really count on.
Sorry
Josh.
that I believe in Matt Rule and Tristan Alvano. I believe people forget he had that field goal at the state championship
He did
game.
kick it that one
into
time.
the north end zone, or was
it
it
into the north
Yeah.
through a piercing wind.
happened before.
Thank goodness the South Stadium was still standing, or he would have never gotten a scholarship.
John,
That's
because the ball would have been blown back into his face. And he would have had his own Mr. Casey moment, except it was God that did it, not Mr. Casey.
Tristan Alvano, quote, God threw that football.
Here's
in my face.
Alvano from 53 for the state title. The kick is, oh my God, it blew back in his face.
What
And
a
he's laying
moment.
on the ground in a pool of his own blood.
Rule's literally
And
about
Bellevue
to offer him a
West
scholarship,
wins.
and he puts it through the shredder.
Yep. Yeah.
Who'd they play? It was Bellevue West, right? And Bellevue West wins the football game. Congratulations.
Damn you, Trev Alberts, for tearing down the South Stadium.
Damn it, Trev. Odson says, poll question, do you believe in Tristan Alvano? Great poll question. Keena says, Josh is just trying to avoid Tristan shushing him after every make. I believe in you, Tristan.
More than he does Thomas Fedoni.
No.
Either way, Josh is getting shushed this year by somebody.
Yeah.
Who's the most likely player to shush you this year, Josh?
Ooh, who am I down on?
Fun question.
One of the running backs. I'm not very high on any of those guys.
How about just the running back room in general?
Yeah, they all kind
The
of.
whole room will line up after scoring a tandem touchdown, and they'll lock arms, and then they'll shush.
They kind of stink.
This sounds like it could be another fun potential list item.
What's
I'm not
that?
sure how we would word it,
Yeah.
but find a position group that you think you're going to hate and then just predict it now. And then at the end of the year, we'll see if you were right.
Oh, that's
Running
fun.
backs, it's already over.
Yeah,
I think.
I can't stand that room.
anything involving special teams.
Oh, that's a good one too, John.
We're in this current point where everyone's like, oh, yeah, Emmett Johnson could be really good.
Nope.
No.
Don't do that, guys.
Maybe we should keep hate points. Whenever one of the positions does something you hate, you just tally it.
Oh,
and then
that-
whoever has the most hate points at the end.
Nick, that's good. And Josh adds, the shushies to go along with the
Shushies.
chunkies.
The Chunkies are going to be fun this year.
The shushies.
Tony points out it was Gretna, wasn't it? Was it? Yeah, was it?
Yes, it's Gretna. I apologize.
Yeah. The shushies. Nick, this is a great idea. See, It's too bad though. We all hate the running back room. I don't know if there's another room. I guess
don't-
John said special teams.
I don't hate it, but I feel most confident that the special teams will be the most likely to let me down.
Odson says, you know who else had hate points? Under.
Now, Dave says,
Designated
what
Hitler.
if you got shushed by Mr. Banks?
No, I love Banks. Mr. Banks. I love that guy.
It would be devastating.
He's
Even
an
more so.
incredible. I mean, that would make me very sad.
Do you only like him because?
No, I think he's going to be good. I think he will get. This will be on our little thing that we do on the Friday before the first game. That little graphic you make with 10 questions.
The 10
if we have one, it's like most receiving yards and how many? Banks, 850 plus. I think he's going to be close to 1,000.
He's approaching
yard guy.
the school record.
I think that he's going to be that good.
What is the school record?
It's 1,004 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that season or career?
Well, no.
No.
Stanley had 1,004, and then somebody had more than him.
Trey did.
Palmer,
Trey got
yeah,
1,000 a couple years ago.
But I don't think he got to 1,100. I think it was still right in that 1,000 range.
Mm-hmm. Nathan says, better question. Chances the starting running back stays healthy for more than 4 games.
There is no starting running back.
Yeah,
guys.
there is.
Get over
running
yourselves.
back is starting running back is a construct.
Yeah.
It's fake.
Exactly.
It's fake.
I mean, if there
They
was,
can
if
all
there
do
was
their
an-
own little things.
if-
It'll be fun.
if-
They'll run around.
if
in
they had
different
a
ways.
chance to substitute a running back in the middle of the play, they probably
They
would.
would. They'd love.
Oh, wait a
substituting.
minute! Oh, you're in the middle of the play. Sub.
John, what do you mean? Like we're all putting all of our eggs in the basket of one of the guys who last played well 3 years ago, and then the other guy who last played well 2 years ago. What do you think's going to go wrong with that kind of a situation? I think it's going to be awesome.
Maybe just for
They're all
funsies,
healthy.
Nebraska will throw in one of their billion quarterbacks to be a running back.
Okay, now that's mean, Nick. Don't you say?
Well, I
that's
mean,
wrong.
they got Heine. Heine could play.
Oh, you're
some
saying
running
he's
back.
just playing running back, not that he's the quarterback again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jeff Sims comes back and plays running back, just like we always dreamed last year.
Oh my, yeah. Why can't they?
Why can't it just move
him
to running
back? There you go. Mm-hmm.
He definitely won't
think
fumble
people would
while
have
playing
a
running back.
collective heart failure if that happened.
If he came back,
If he came back,
that'd be an incredible bit.
It'd be
'Cause
very
that would be
funny,
funny.
John.
I hate to let people know, but I mean, he fumbled a lot.
He loved fumbling.
He had an issue with the fumble.
The only thing he didn't do fumble wise was like the guy when he's running and he just drops it for no reason. He never
did
had
not
one of
do
those.
that, no.
But every other
Well,
scenario he did.
That's because he didn't have enough opportunities.
That's
He
true.
usually
It's
just
pretty much after the third game, he was persona non grata.
well, also pretty much every time he fumbled, it was the snap, right?
Yeah.
You had this. You talked about it. Was it yesterday? The number of drives that he had and the number. or was
Oh
that
yeah,
last
I talk
week?
about this all the time.
It's that
He only operated 26 drives.
And how many ended in turnovers?
And 12 of them ended in turnovers. Now, I think only 11 of them were directly him.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Just 11. Wow.
It's amazing.
Remember how excited
when
we
he
were?
came back in that other game, and then
Purdue
he
game.
immediately turned the ball over again?
That whole drive, because he turned the ball over, but he also, I think, turned the wrong way on one of the
That's
on one of the
right.
carries.
That's right.
During the commercial
Purdue
break
game,
today.
right?
Yes. I might go watch that drive.
That was so funny.
That was the only time in the whole game when people were stressed because Nebraska was dominating, and then he came in, and it was a
I
disaster.
thought it was going to be a nice, happy day.
We should have gave him a fun nickname. How you had the librarian, we should have called him the baker.
Well, people called him, they called him Butterfingers, or they brought up Amigos a lot.
Yeah, I love talking about
his,
Amigos.
I remember the
taco
Amigos thing.
greasy hands.
Yeah. It's like the baker or the dessert maker, you know?
Because of the turnover.
Well, but his combo meal at Amigos was 2 cherry turnovers and a Pepto Bismol.
There you go.
Nice.
Nice, John. Nice.
Good one.
Oh, man.
Poor Jeff.
Yeah,
Poor
I mean, great guy. Just he
couldn't not fumble.
Couldn't not make critical, crippling mistakes.
Remember that one time where he fumbled and then also threw a touchdown on the same play?
Yes.
That was amazing.
His best play all
Was
year.
that not his only touchdown pass as a
Oh,
Husker?
Good question. Did he have more than one touchdown pass?
I think it was, wasn't it?
I think you're right, because the touchdown pass in the Colorado game was when Heine was,
That was
towards,
Heine.
towards the end of the game. Remember?
Well, Sims had a big run in the Colorado game.
He
Yes,
did.
but
Yes.
his only touchdown pass as a Husker was a play that
Yes.
he fumbled the ball.
This is an
on a trick
incredible stat line. 1 touchdown, 6 interceptions.
Yeah, I believe
But-
5 fumbles
but
too.
1 rushing touchdown. Yeah, and he was sacked 5 times as well.
Wow.
Weird game.
Weird
and
game.
remember 1 year ago at this time, it was like Sims,
I don't know. I
mean,
could see it. I could see it.
Sims at quarterback. They got a good position.
Well, here's something I forgot about. He played against Maryland, and he threw the ball 13 times.
Yeah. He was kind of good for a drive.
And then he had 2 picks.
Yeah.
And then immediately threw 2 picks. Yeah.
I do need to do that summer exercise.
He drove them down and then threw a pick.
And it was like, whoa, he's got
he was very competent.
Oh, I remember that.
And then he suddenly
it looked good.
Yeah, it was on Peacock.
That's why I watched it, because I could.
Oh, man.
Yeah. But he didn't throw the interception.
That was the Chubster.
That was,
That was the Chubster. Chubba.
There we go.
Thank you.
Chubba.
That was the Chubster.
I like calling him the Chubster.
Where's he at now?
Nevada? San Jose State?
UNLV?
I don't remember.
He went west.
He's on
Westwood
television a ton because his brother, I don't know
Yes.
if you know this, he plays for the 49ers.
Have you heard about this?
Nevada.
Yep.
Nailed it.
Nice.
Nevada Wolfpack football.
Well, good luck.
He's a 22-year-old sophomore.
Normal.
Yeah.
That's why they called him Chubba, because he was such a big baby.
So
that's literally why.
Oh, is that
him
really?
Chubba. Yeah.
Because his name is. Wow, I didn't know what his name. Do you know what his name is? Do you know what his name
yes.
is?
No.
Hold on.
It's one of my cousin's names.
I'm so like instead of
Chad.
Chubby.
Fair guess. I would say this is in the Chad sphere of names.
Yeah. It's not going to come to me, but we definitely talked about
not
it
like
last
that.
year.
It doesn't start with a. It starts with a P.
Preston.
Bingo.
Yes. Thank you.
Wait,
Chad.
how is Chad in Preston? How is Chad in the?
I can
Preston
see Chad
sphere?
and Preston.
I feel like
hanging
Chad-
out
The
on
question
the-
is Chad like
No.
Preston?
They go to John. Chad
No.
and Preston go to spring break, but they go to they wear boating
It's
shoes.
about it's about the way that they comport themselves.
One has a pink polo, the other one has a light blue polo.
It's just about the way that they operate.
golf
Chad's,
shorts.
Chad's. There was a Preston at my
Maybe
high
what
school.
you're saying is Chad, like Preston is the new version of Chad. Is that what you're saying?
Is Preston the Gen Z version of Chad? I think that's a great poll
I think
question.
Gen Z has to have like a dumb name, like something with like a Z or
Oh
something.
yeah,
in
like
it.
Caden and Aiden and Maiden.
Kazan.
Yeah, those stupid ass names.
Oh yeah, it's like 6 names just plopped into one
Yeah.
with a Z.
Like there's that famous picture of the pregnant
Jason.
woman, and it's like the chalkboard with all the names on it.
They all end in L-Y.
Briley.
Brayley, Whaley. So weird. By the way, here's a fun game. So the Wikipedia page for Chubba has a picture of him in a Nebraska
Chubba.
uniform for one of the games that he played in. Would you like to guess which game they have used? It's very memorable for being horrifically unmemorable, if that makes sense.
Michigan State.
Okay.
I'm going to guess. I'm gonna go off the board.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to the 2022 Illinois game.
Oh, you were correct on the year. It's the Michigan game, which again I'd forgotten that he played in it, because you can tell because of all the raindrops that are falling.
Ooh.
Talk about a game again.
Yeah, that
memorable
was
for being
very-
unmemorable.
And Alante Brown got
hit in the
mhm.
yeah.
He flew through the air and got hit
At the very end of the game.
And didn't
the very
something
end of the
happen with Whipple? Didn't he like?
Oh, Whipple
Yeah,
got
Whipple got
ran
ran
into.
into on a
That's
kickoff.
right, yeah.
Yes. They were worried about him.
Yeah.
Wow.
He
So I guess it was memorable for those guys.
Check out the scoreboard. We're not running the ball.
And remember what the best part about memories is?
making them.
It's making them.
Oh, I thought you were about to play.
Yeah, I thought you were too.
Yeah.
You got that look in your eye.
Sorry, I had the drop look.
Keenan says Chad and Preston definitely go to Creighton. John, your thoughts?
Again, I just don't see it, but okay.
Interesting.
Well, you don't see
Chad-
it because they're in the courtside seats, so it's out of your line of sight when you're calling the games.
Well, if they're students, they're not in the
There's not
courtside
too many
seats. Or in the
Chad,
student.
like a Chad, Creighton and Chad, not quite. You
don't
know,
think
Yeah,
so?
I see. I don't
Chad's
see that.
too broy to go to Creighton. He's going to Arizona State with Jeff Sims.
yeah, that definitely some Chads go to Arizona State.
Yeah.
I could see Chad being at Iowa State, maybe in Nebraska. Nebraska could have a Chad.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They have. Yeah. They all go to Brothers downtown.
Really? That's where they.
That's what that was the broy
that's where
bar
the
when I
bros
was
go?
I was in college a long time ago now. It's
You are old.
Jeez, it's a long time ago. Yeah, what's the bro bar in Lincoln now?
I mean,
I don't know what the bars
Brothers
are.
should be
Yeah.
a bro bar. I mean, it's in the name.
It's called Brothers. Good point, Nick. Yeah, when I was in college, that was the bar that all the
frat dudes.
Yeah, it wasn't my crowd.
Yeah.
Wasn't my crowd. But they had good drink specials. So I kind of did like going there.
I always thought Brothers was where the brothers went. Is
Yes.
that not true?
It was Titus Brothers. Smothers Brothers.
Smothers Brothers were it brothers?
Sure, why not?
Yeah, they're all brothers. The Bullocks.
The Manning
Jimmy says
brothers,
I was
the
at
Bullocks.
UNL when we opened Brothers. I don't know when that was.
When might that have been?
Didn't you do a show from a Brothers in a different city?
There's brothers all over the place.
like Columbus?
Yes.
Is that where you did where Gary was just talking to people?
Yes.
Like he does.
Yes.
You know,
Gary likes to talk.
Sounds like a
he
remote.
really does.
Yeah, he was
Taking music
because
requests.
people were coming up to us thinking we were the DJs.
And Damon was here.
Yes.
He had just gotten hired.
And you guys were talking
I wasn't there yet.
back and forth.
Yeah, we were doing overreaction.
So it was Michael,
Oh.
John,
After that
Gary
disaster of a
on
game.
site, and then Damon here.
Oh, that
and
is a
Damon and Michael
nightmare.
probably argued about
No,
something.
not really. It was. I mean,
What?
I don't remember that.
Was it like the Big Ten championship game later that year?
Yeah, honestly, the only thing I remember is it was really loud in that place, and
Nice.
Gary was taking music requests.
Mm.
Nice. I
Yeah,
don't know what the bar. Tell us what the bars are in Lincoln right now, listeners.
What's the one that
We have some Gen
Sandy's?
Zers
Is
out
Sandy
there.
still around?
Sandy's exists. Yes.
That was my favorite bar.
I have no idea.
Elk Creek Water
Elk
I
Creek
spend
Water.
no time in downtown Lincoln.
is
The only time I've been to any bar in downtown Lincoln is for a show.
What,
Yeah.
Well, I
The
mean,
brass rail?
The rail definitely exists.
Again,
you cannot kill the rail.
yeah, that's another one. Not my scene.
Do not go to the rail unless it's like a bit. And
What's
like
the one-
You're 50 and you're like, I want to go back to the rail for like 3 minutes.
Yeah, I do kind of get that urge every now and then to go to Duffy's is another one, right? We don't like Duffy's.
So what happened? Does
Duffy's is the one with
The
the.
fishbowl?
Did they get rid of Duffy's?
I don't know.
No.
Kenneth-
Oh yeah, no, you can't kill Duffy.
Kenneth says the Zoo Bar.
Well,
Bar.
that's
still there.
Is the bar still there, or is
the
that one
bar? The
gone?
bar is definitely still there. Yeah.
I think there was a famous wide receiver from Nebraska that liked the bar.
Yeah. Well, he worked there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he bartended.
Interesting. I
Kenny?
didn't know that. Yep.
Kenneth.
Because I remember when
With
they
the
had
afro?
night kickoff times, he was critical about it on Twitter, and everyone was like, "You just want to go to the bar after the game."
He worked there. I'm pretty sure.
Wow, I had no idea.
Yeah.
What's the one that had? You'd walk in Main Street. Is that a bar where you go upstairs and you could dance up there? They had like
there was a cage.
$32-ounce rum and coke.
What was the place where there was the cage?
That is the one that was next to Sandy's. It had like a frog on the outside, right? Is that the one with like it was the old movie theater?
All right, the corner of
Yeah, give it to
14th
me.
and O.
Yeah.
We've got the
Gourmet
watering
Grill.
hole. We've
What was
got
next?
Main Street Bar, O'Rourke's,
O'Rourke.
I
I remember
Brothers.
O'Rourke's.
I never went.
Sandy's, the Fat Toad,
Fat Toad has
that was the cage.
Yeah,
that was the cage.
That was the
one.
cage.
Yeah.
Junction Nightclub,
Don't know what that is.
Duffy's,
Yes.
Seaberry's. Oh, that's a barbecue place.
Yes, but
Bodega's
yes.
Alley,
Bodegas?
1867 bar. That seems hoity-toity.
yep, that's new. Never heard of that.
Iguanas,
Iggy's with the frog sperm.
Brass Rail.
Ugh, gross.
Yeah, sticky.
Very sticky.
Let's see.
Do
Oh,
the college
old
kids
map.
still
All right,
like the
there's
brass
Zoo.
rail?
Is that just like a dive bar?
What, the brass rail?
I
Yeah.
mean,
no,
it's not even really a bar in a real sense.
it's more of a club type
Barrymore's.
situation, right? It's just about
Shotguns, Lady Luck,
This sounds new.
yeah.
Copper Kettle.
Definitely sounds like new.
What was the real quick? So John started at the watering hole. What was the one that was
Watering
next to
hole.
the watering hole where they would do the whatever our version of the kamikazes were, where they would be alcohol, and then they'd pour in whatever, like, I want the cherry version, and then it would just be all this red and sugar and stuff. Did you remember? They had mirrors. It was just a place with mirrors.
Is that Main Street?
No, Main Street was the one that had the upstairs dance area.
No, that was wasn't that
What's the name?
Main Street had super alcohol.
Cliffs.
Cliffs.
I remember Cliffs.
Is Cliffs still around, or did that close?
I think Cliffs was south of O.
No,
No, north of O.
12th and O.
Oh, it was?
Yeah. Well, unless it moved. Yeah, the one that I went to.
I don't see Cliffs is not.
There was a place on the corner there that I think they put like a Jimmy John's there on the corner of O Street and whatever that is,
Yes.
14th or
I
12th.
remember that.
That bar, there was like a bar kind of inside the Jimmy John's or that shared the location with the Jimmy John's. That
yes.
That must have been 8 bars the entire time I was in college.
Yeah.
Cliffs is still there's still the smoke shop, but apparently the bar.
Cliff's famous kamikazes. So that's
Yeah.
what it was.
Look at that. Nice.
That
Yeah,
place,
those are
it was
pretty
very
good.
dark in there.
It
but
was dark in there, but the
you-
kamikazes were good.
You'd get
Oh, yeah.
toasted like that.
You could, I mean,
Yeah,
Nick,
the
you
thing,
would've
the thing
loved-
was to
you
go
would've loved
there
Lincoln.
and then to go down the street to the side tracks.
Sidetrack.
That used.
I
to
don't
be
know
the
if I ever
thing.
went to the sidetrack bar.
Yeah, it's been closed.
By
for
the
a
way,
while.
Cliff's moved apparently. Say a lot of our people.
So
Yeah.
there's only ever been one bar I've really liked.
Did
that
it?
was
Where is it?
Lookout was the only bar that I've really liked being in.
I'm just saying that you would really like. First of all, there's a lot of different options in Lincoln, but second of all, I mean, you could create whatever experience you wanted to create yourself for a grand total of $6.
That does sound nice.
It's
Seriously.
I mean, the drinks cost $2.
By the way, speaking of cheap drinks, Kugler tweets in, John, and he says the best place in Lincoln used to be Morgan.
Is that where you guys would drink?
Hashtag RIP.
Yep.
Eat popcorn and drink cheap?
That's where we would go after the show and watch Monday Night Football and have $1 Morgan and Cokes and eat all the popcorn because they had a popcorn.
Where was
machine.
that at?
That was upstairs. Is that off of O Street too? I believe so.
That place where people used the place where people used to from the J school go after they got done with all their things. At
Yeah,
that's yeah.
That
place for us was Fuzzy's, which I believe has shut down now.
What was Fuzzy's?
Fuzzy's was like the tacos and margaritas.
Oh yeah, I don't know if I ever went
Frozen
to that
margaritas.
place. Yeah.
I believe that's not there anymore.
I wasn't into Margs in college.
Yeah, I'm not. I can't remember. I want to say
closed.
Morgan's was just off of O Street.
Yeah,
Morgan's.
I can.
I love a good bowl of popcorn.
Oh, we did. I mean, it was great because you just went and served yourself.
Yeah, you just dip the bowl in there.
Yep. And there was always popcorn in there, and it was $1 Morgan and Coke.
They had that. Kevin follows up. He says above the old theater, which that's where the one that we were talking about, the one with
is
the
that where the
frog,
popcorn came
the
from?
one with the cage. Now that was an old movie theater, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah. When
Is
I
that
was
the place where what's his
Believe so.
name? The former Husker had the nightclub?
Nightclub. Never mind. I thought you were talking about.
Because didn't he take over the theater?
I thought he was talking about Hunter Tiefentiller.
No.
Yeah.
The dude who scored against Arizona State,
Lance Brown.
Mr.
Backflip himself.
Yes.
I don't know.
I thought he took over the theater and made it into.
So when I got to college in 07,
whatever the name of his
first
nightclub
weekend
was.
there, went and saw Superbad at that movie
Wow,
theater.
what a time.
Dude, it was awesome.
Yeah, great time to see Superbad.
They had alcohol there. I'd never seen that at a movie theater before. So
that was just starting.
They were the Alamo of their time.
Yeah.
But then, within a year or two, it turned into just a regular bar on O Street.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure
Morgan's was in above that theater.
That's what Kevin says.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, my memory's not as good as it used to be.
It's okay.
Lincoln. Yeah, you go down there now, you wouldn't recognize the place.
Oh, you don't?
Doesn't look like anything to me.
How much do the kids go to like the Haymarket area now? Like, because somebody mentioned Gate 25 earlier. Do they go down to that area?
The kids all they all have
not since the last coaching staff used to hang out there.
They all have luxury apartments.
They do.
And they all have pools at their apartments.
What?
And they have TikTok.
Oh,
you don't need to
it's
go
nuts.
to a bar.
Don't need to go to a bar when you have TikTok.
All the different the student apartments downtown. It's crazy.
It's out of control. These kids have no idea.
Yeah.
No idea.
Yeah.
They don't talk to each other face to face like we used to.
Exactly. Glad you said
Go
it,
to
Josh.
a bar on a Friday night and you'd see fans from the visiting team.
Oh, and you just
God, that was such a fun time.
talk smack to them.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Screw Ohio State, bro.
Yeah.
One time they'd beat them.
The one time.
13 years ago.
I bet that was a fun night.
I can't believe it's been so long.
It has been a while.
You know what, Nick? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I had fun this crossover.
That was good.
Yeah.
That was
Talked
good.
about, we just named bars.
We named
Dudes will
bars.
just sit around for hours.
They
naming
will.
Bars.
Dudes
Oh,
naming
man.
bars.
I at my brother's bachelor party this last summer, it was a bunch of his friends, and they were sitting around just swapping stories, and I was like, wow, my young brother, he had a college experience, and I knew not, and it was just fun
That's
to
nice.
listen.
That's heartwarming.
Because it was like, oh, you had the same thing that I did.
Everyone
That's
does
cool.
the same thing.
Yeah, you just never hear about it.
You know what I learned when I was out in Lincoln during the winter? So you know that when you first come in down the main stretch on Interstate 180 or whatever it is, you go by Barry's. There's a gas station that's always
Used
right
to be.
there. Not anymore.
Yeah,
That's
it's
right,
gone.
John. Gone. They got rid of the
Yeah,
entire gas
Melcars.
and the sign that would always predict the score.
Yep.
Gone.
What happened?
They
just
It's
wiped
probably
it
an
out.
apartment complex
Well,
now with a pool.
They're gonna put something there. Yeah.
God.
Probably
I mean,
Matt
it's-
Rule's new apartment.
That's all they're building downtown is condos and condos / apartments and hotels.
And hotels.
That's all they're building.
That's what's over the Journal-Star building now. There's
Yep.
gigantic buildings, high-rise buildings full of apartments.
When
for
we do
children.
overreaction from Lincoln in a few months for the Colorado game, it's going to be a different sight to see.
We should make a vlog of our tour to Lincoln and say, that's different. That used to be that. That's where I passed
that'd
out.
be good content.
Sounds like
Yeah.
good content.
Yeah.
There you go. There's an idea.
I had history class in that building.
When you were at the J school, John, where did you go to the J school?
Oh, that was Old Father Hall.
What? I thought you went to Avery.
Or not Old Father. Sorry, Avery.
Okay.
Avery.
Okay.
Old Father's
Yeah,
across the street.
Which, yeah, it is by Old Father.
Avery
yeah.
Hall.
Yeah.
You're not
Avery.
an Anderson boy.
Oh, no.
Mr.
Anderson was still an insurance company.
Nice.
Or whatever that building was before the university bought it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, the university did not build that building.
Yeah, that's not a university building.
Oh, I don't remember. I probably
They
learned
bought that office building.
I remember when I was going to the J school a lot was also in the summer when I was doing window tinting. And so I was really into window tinting because I knew what. And so I would look at the window film on those old.
Oh, it was so bad.
Dude, if you were to scrape that off, it would smell horrible because I had to do that sometimes. You had to get rid of the old window tint.
Wow, a window tinter.
Look at me, blue collar Josh. That's what they called me. Doing work with the working man.
Cool.
Yeah.
I got really into
all
window
blacking
tinting.
out the windows so that the criminals don't get seen by the cops.
Crime
Bingo,
town.
John. Bingo.
Just helping out the crime committers.
Helping out the crime town. All right. Well, yes. Happy New Year.
All right.
That was
Yes,
fun.
I'm good with that.
There you go. Great job, Nick.
Good job, Nick.
Yep.
Thanks.
Excellent
We all
contributions
believe in you,
as
Nick.
always.
Glad I could help.
Peter probably said less words than you yesterday, for the record.
He was very quiet.
But we did have a couple, Happy New Year's that were just Joey.
Well, yeah.
It was just,
He's
it only
quite
happened
the-
because of
Yeah.
Joey.
He's quite the character. We have learned he is quite the character. Yep.
Yeah, and he's got way too many takes on the Celtics. My timeline's polluted. with
Oh
that
my
crap.
gosh. I
He
can't wait
has
to see
one,
what he says about the refs in 2 days. Oh, no, it's Bob. Oh, God. Not Bob.
Hey, the good news is it's been so long between games that any residual effects of angst that the referees have toward the Celtics, they've forgotten who the Celtics
Who are you
are.
guys again?
They're
Jason?
going to have to
Tatum?
be reintroduced to the game of basketball.
It's a
It's been
preseason
so long.
exhibition game.
Pretty much.
Nice.
It's pretty much what it
Next
is.
season has begun already.
Mm.
All right, the
Okay.
Grum will fire up in just a moment on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Warm and muggy again on Tuesday, mainly dry in the morning, then increasing chances for scattered thunderstorms in the afternoon and evening. A few storms could be strong to severe after 2 p.m. with a wind and hail threat, highs in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Guys, let's have a conversation. Let's say you've been losing interest in your spouse. You got low libido. You can't focus on things. And you're wondering, what is going on? It may be low testosterone. Mentality is here for you. With their FDA-approved testosterone treatment, their board-certified physicians who work with most insurance companies, they can diagnose the symptoms of low testosterone and take care of it. Schedule an appointment today. Go to the website, lowtusa.com. Take back your life, man. Mentality. lowtusa.com.
Introducing Modern Real Estate, the game changer in Nebraska's property market. With a competitive 2% commission rate, we're making buying, selling, and investing more affordable and transparent than ever. Our experienced agents blend local expertise with cutting-edge technology to provide top-notch personalized service to all clients. Don't settle for less when you can save big without compromising. Visit modernrealestateco.com and experience the future of real estate today. Modern Real Estate, redefining the way you do real estate.
Hi, I'm Nick Brumell, owner of Royalty Roofing. The recent storms wreaked havoc on our community. Our team at Royalty Roofing is here to help. We're local, skilled, licensed, and bonded. We work for you to ensure you get the funds you deserve and make sure that the work is done to your satisfaction. Don't take risks with your biggest investment, your home. We are Better Business Bureau Integrity Award winners and Best of Omaha winners. Cover your roof with Royalty. Visit us today at royaltyroofing.org.
A Nebraska craft beers and ciders important to you? Whether you just love Nebraska brewed beers and ciders or you're a full-fledged craft brewery, there are benefits to membership for anyone with the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. Their sole mission is to foster and help grow the Nebraska-centric brewing community. Become a member today at nebraska.beer and help advance the craft beer and cider industry in the state of Nebraska. Find out more about the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild at nebraska.beer.
You're spending $300 a month Binge drinking is the most common form of excessive drinking, which costs the United States more than $191 billion each year. By drinking less, you will save $300 a month. If you or a loved one is looking for help, find a treatment facility near you at findtreatment.gov. For immediate support, call, text, or chat 988.
Brought to you by Nebraska DHHS in partnership with SAMHSA.
Family, it's Miss Jackie with Rib Shack Smokehouse. Call me today to cater your graduation picnic or special events, or come visit me at Rib Shack Smokehouse in the Old Roxbury Plaza for lunch or dinner. Dine in or carry out. Have a meal to remember. Rib Shack Smokehouse offers slow-cooked St. Louis ribs, smoked wings, catfish, turkey ribs, collard greens, mac and cheese, and more. Rib Shack Smokehouse brings that unique Southern taste to the Midwest. Welcome to the Rib Shack.
Madame Giselle senses something big coming. Is it a career change? Everything looks wet. I'm going to be a swim teacher. There's a roof. A swim teacher who also does roofing. No, the roof of your RV has a leak and it's ruining the furniture. Oh, that's okay. I'm covered by Progressive. But maybe I'm a swim teaching roofer who makes furniture.
Customize your coverage with Progressive's Roof Protection Plus and be prepared for the unexpected. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Roof Protection Plus available for RVs less than 6 years old. $250 deductible applies to any claim.
Car repair is car repair. Most places you go can change your oil or fix your brakes. The difference is the experience you'll get at Omaha Car Care. We're part of the community. We were born here, and we believe that our relationship with you should be built to last. We're going to consult you, not sell you. We're going to give you a free loaner car. We're going to treat you like a valued friend that we want to continue to see in the years to come. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
We're going abroad for the first time in years, to Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Bring your pup to cheer on the Omaha Storm Chasers for Bark in the Park during Wednesday night games this season. Your dogs can get in for free and sit with you on the berm or in Section 101. For tickets and to sign up your dog, visit OmahaStormChasers.com.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh my goodness! I hope we're not going to be playing the severe weather thing today.
What? Wait, what? I thought that was a nighttime thing.
No, you weren't listening to the forecast. You know, you should be listening to our forecasts every now and then.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Do you know how hard I worked to impersonate the Channel 7 weathercasters?
I was listening to you.
Oh.
You were talking. I was listening to you.
Well, don't worry. There's no warnings or anything out there, but I just heard that there was a chance of thunderstorms after 2 o'clock.
Thunder. I thought it was like, yes, after 2, but I thought it was more to like a 6 o'clock thing. Like I woke up earlier today to walk Banks because I was like, I don't think I'm going to get to walk him tonight.
It is interesting how not all of them, a lot of our storms have happened overnight lately.
I don't mind that except for the one that woke us up.
Yeah.
Woke
coming for our sleep.
Yeah, that one sucked, but otherwise not a big deal.
Yeah. See, I told you, woke is no way to go. Go woke, go broke.
Suddenly the tornado sirens are going off.
Exactly.
I don't have any money. That's fair.
Not great. Oh, yeah, because you keep buying concert T-shirts.
Yeah.
I haven't
bought. What did you buy yesterday, Nick? On your day off? What did you spend money on this time? Oh, see, he bought something.
Yep.
What did you buy?
Food.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Was it expensive food?
It was Subway, so it wasn't good for the price. But
Nick, what is going on with you? Are you okay, bro?
I wasn't sober, and it was right next to my apartment. I could walk there.
Wait, you got wasted on a Monday?
Hey, it's his day off.
I wasn't working. What else am I going to do?
More power to you. I mean, I would read, but, more power to you, Nick.
You could have frolfed.
I played Xbox, and I drank.
Classic.
It was great.
Good for Nick.
You should do it sometime.
You should try it out, John.
Ever since they went to the controllers that have too many buttons, I'm just lost.
You're out?
What?
Give me a joystick and a button. That's all I never needed.
You just need a joystick and
just
a
a
button.
joystick and a button.
If it's not Pong, I don't like it.
Yeah. No. I wasn't a big fan of Pong. Pong wasn't fun.
Out on Pong.
Yeah. Wasn't that fun.
You didn't like the paddle?
I didn't like the paddle. Not a big fan of the paddle. Well, here on this Grum on this Tuesday, we got a great program for you. And here's your Grum Down, brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. The hell?
What's going on in here?
I have no idea.
Grum Down.
Do we have another refrigerator going belly up?
Oh, let's hope.
Oh, man, I hope not.
Is that the fridge, Nick?
Yeah, that's the big one.
Oh.
That's our One Beer Friday fridge.
Yeah, that's the beer fridge.
We need the One Beer Friday fridge.
This is frustrating.
Where I'll protect you guys from the shrapnel if it goes.
Oh, thank you, Nick.
What is this, basketball?
What? What's that?
North Carolina and UConn were the last 2 teams in.
Welcome to the Big East.
Nice.
Hey, did
Speaking
you
of
tweet that
welcome
last night? I wasn't on Twitter very much. I watched our
Speaking
movie.
of welcome to the Big East,
Yeah.
guess which super regional Mike Farron is doing?
Is he going to the one with UConn?
Florida State and UConn.
Wow.
Welcome to the Big East, Mike Farron.
Nice. He'll join us soon.
What the hell are regionals?
He'll join us soon.
No, these are super regionals.
These are
now.
extra super.
Oh, Pierce didn't say the word super.
He didn't. We need let's see if we can find that somewhere.
Move over, Pete Rose. You have company.
Nice.
What is the one college football opinion you hold that has you on an island? There's some interesting ones.
I wrote down multiple takes.
This was an internet meme that went around yesterday, and I thought we would take this up.
Yeah.
A college football opinion that has you on an island.
See, I know John is referencing a specific meme, but I can just think of that guy standing up. That meme.
Yes, that is a very have you seen this meme? It's
no
a
idea.
famous painting, right? Is it a Norman Rockwell?
It looks Norman Rockwell. I don't know the details.
So it's the guy, is it Guy standing? Yeah. So this, freedom of speech. It's a painting. It's the name of the painting.
Oh, that guy, the old guy standing up in the middle of the
Have you
meeting.
seen this? Have you
I've
seen
seen
this?
the picture now.
So this has become a meme recently.
That's
where
what I'm
it's,
picturing.
It's basically the segment that we're going to do, but people will use that, Like
okay.
people would say that Josh Peterson, murder is good, and then it would be the guy standing up. I don't believe that, by the way.
I can cut out any part that I want.
Max says, you can. Max says, oh boy, I have a good one for this.
All right, well, hang on to it.
Wow,
and
Sal's
we'll-
already posted them. Yeah. Should we have people email theirs?
You can email them into the Equitable Bank inbox, John
Nice.
at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com. You can send it into the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page, just at USC 1620.
Nice.
Throw it up on the YouTube comment if you're one of our YouTube listeners.
I would ask email if you can, just because then I could compile them.
No,
Because we
that's a
won't
good
be
one.
doing this next. We're talking to Farron.
Yeah. We got Farron coming up.
Yeah.
We got another day, another college football power rating. I kind of teased it earlier.
You did, with the graphic, with the tiny teams.
It's tiny teams. Don't worry.
Tiny team teams.
It'll make a lot more sense.
Mhm.
Josh has something recruiting.
Okay, come on. This is less about recruiting, and it's more about how we operate as a fan base and media contingent in Nebraska.
In regards to discussing
Recruiting. It's June. Everyone's talking
that's
recruiting.
why I didn't know exactly what you was, so I put something.
But you're being a bit of a smart ass.
Well, no,
a bit of one.
It's a funny line from Family Guy.
Something dark side.
Funny from Family Guy?
Yes!
John, are you okay? Is everything all right?
Yes.
Were you out on the Blue Harvest?
No, again, I think don't get penisy is a very funny line.
It is a really funny
I just don't think Family Guy is very funny. I believe in Family Guy is the manatee situation where the manatees figure out the plot lines. I do think that that's what happens with Family Guy.
The Emperor has no clothes, Steve Sipple.
Oh, yeah. How is his Target outfits going?
Yeah. Do the Huskers have ease of schedule?
Oh, boy.
And Guy Rose 2024. I have found my presidential vote. I have found him.
You're going right in for the second time in 3 years or 3 cycles?
Yes.
John Bishop, right in.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything from my boy. Oh my God,
It was Ross Perot? Rizzo.
No, it wasn't Rizzo.
You didn't
it
write
was,
in Rizzo?
Ben Zobrist.
Zobrist.
I wrote in Ben Zobrist in 2016.
How about this? Another Grum down.
World Series MVP. People forget.
Did you notice again, Nick, that John did not include wooden bats and rubber hats?
I did not.
The final time that we will do this year, I am making the proclamation.
So you said the final time 2 weeks ago.
You know, we
did one last week.
Just sometimes we don't even get to all the Grum down things. Occasionally, we
Oh
get
yeah, like
sidetracked.
yesterday. What was the thing you teased yesterday?
Well, that was the other power rating.
No. Something in dinner. Wasn't there a food related thing?
That's right. Yeah.
Some weird food stuff.
No,
but yes,
I don't think that was. Who cares?
this is the last wooden bats and rubber hats of the year.
Well, you're not getting an updated intro.
That's fine, Nick. That's fine. So yeah, that'll come up on the show today as well.
402-951-1620. JTech Construction's own Twitter feed is at USC 1620. Of course, the hotline is brought to you by 42 Degrees, the source, by your mom's house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, send us the college. These are college football opinions.
Yes.
In which you are on an island. In other words, you're standalone.
Yes.
You're by yourself on this one. Or you're mostly by yourself on this one.
Or you feel like you're by yourself on it?
Or you feel like you're by yourself on this one.
Tony says the Run and Wrestling Connection was bumped last week. Yeah, last week that was on Thursday.
No, it's true.
Star Wars Fiend says, I'll write in John Bishop this year. Make America old again. Mawa. That was poor on my part.
No, you don't want me as president.
Yeah, I wouldn't want you as president. You just
would
get on your soapbox every damn day.
Maybe he would be a good president.
I don't even can't imagine what he would do to the referees of the country.
Listen, we need labor camps.
Wow, John, referees are people.
Well, they are. You need people to break rocks. And
Wow. Do people still break rocks?
I don't know.
What did they need to break? Were those rocks that were breaking serving a purpose?
I mean, people do have rocks in front of their homes.
Right, but we have quarries.
I don't know, Nick.
That's what quarries are for.
I don't know.
I'd like to think that the rocks that I have in my backyard, in our mound that we have in the backyard, I'd like to think that somewhere out there, some felon was using a hammer and breaking a bigger rock into smaller.
Felon?
rocks. Well, yeah, a felon. Most people that are in jail are felons.
Interesting.
Some of them don't even have to be in jail to be felons.
That'd be pretty cool.
They can just be convicted.
Nice.
Sure. I'd like to think that, maybe somewhere out there, a good, hardworking felon broke the rocks.
Are you thinking
hardworking? Not a millennial felon or a Gen Z felon?
Oh,
on their TikToks.
They're too busy swiping.
It's like you're thinking like a George Clooney from Oh Brother kind of felon.
Oh, did you ever see that movie, John?
Never heard of it.
I'm a man of constant sorrow.
Is that not? That was a movie club pick at some point? Wasn't
Oh
it?
Brother, Where Art Thou?
I thought that was on the list.
I don't think so.
No.
That was
What the hell? I need to choose that movie.
It was the brothers. Or not the brothers. Wait, were they brothers?
I have
They
no
weren't
idea.
brothers.
They did.
It was the Odyssey. It was like a 1930s version of the Odyssey.
Yeah,
John
why can't I
Goodman's in it.
remember their name? They did Fargo. Who were the Fargo? Who did Fargo?
The Fairley Brothers.
No, not the Fairley Brothers. Nick, help us out here.
Oh.
Can
Well,
somebody
we'll look
text
it
or
up.
comment?
We'll take a break, and Mike Farron will join us next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Hey everybody, it's Michael Smith for Ted and Wally's Premium Ice Cream. Now that we got through the spring and we're in the summer, what's better for summer than ice cream? I always say, get yourself a bucket load. Now I know they don't sell it by the buckets at Ted and Wally's, but they do sell it by the pint. They do sell it by the half gallon. All you got to do is call ahead to get yours reserved today. And so many flavors. Go on social media, whether it's Facebook or on Twitter, and they have a list of the day's ice creams for both locations. That's in the old market, of course, and in Benson. Swing by there, get yourself some great ice cream this summer, and tell them Severe sent you.
When it comes to protecting your home, Jay Stennett Contracting takes pride in ensuring every detail is handled. Roofing, siding, gutters. When it comes to the exterior of your home, Jay Stennett Contracting has you covered. Water, wind, and hail can wreak havoc on the exterior of your home. If your home is damaged, let Jay Stennett Contracting come out for a no-obligation inspection. If repairs are needed, they will help you through every step of the process. When you need an honest assessment, Jay Stennett Contracting has you covered. JSCRestoration.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
DQ presents how to enjoy the 3 best cookies at the same time. First, grab the new Ultimate Cookie Blizzard from DQ. Then dig into Oreo, Chips Ahoy, and Nutter Butter. And last but not least, repeat! Because the new Ultimate Cookie Blizzard packs all 3 into one powerhouse of a treat. So you can enjoy the best cookie trifecta in every red spoonful. Hurry in for a taste today. Only at DQ. Happy tastes good.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Vikings wide receiver Justin Jefferson agreed to terms on a 4-year, $140 million extension with $110 million guaranteed. This, according to NFL Network insiders Ian Rappaport and Tom Pelissero. At $35 million average per year, Jefferson now the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence up for an extension of his own, but it's not something he's focusing on. Lawrence saying, quote, "I try to keep my focus on doing my job. I have full belief that that'll take care of itself." And some sad news to pass along is Hall of Fame offensive lineman Larry Allen has passed away at 52 years old. The Cowboys announcing Allen died suddenly on Sunday while on vacation with his family in Mexico. Allen was an 11-time Pro Bowler and was enshrined into the Pro Football Hall of Fame in 2013. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Looking for tickets to the hottest events? Look no further than Tickets for Less. TFL has tickets to everything from college baseball championships to Husker football concerts and more, all with no hidden fees. Plus, score extra savings with promo code THEZONE now at ticketsforless.com.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Tickets for Less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio. Ladies and gentlemen, now singing the Mike Farron Open, it's Mike Stibbs.
Just make sure it sounds sexy, Stibbs. Lord Almighty, how can you stand Arizona? Your fair skin must be burning down into your absent soul. Mike, 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 we can barely hear you. It sounds to me like you called us from inside a hole. But your phone calls lift me higher, like the ERA of Mark Pryor. Your hair looks like it's on fire. You're Mike Farron. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love. You're just a hunk of burning love.
Mountain time zone, right?
No, he's in the Pacific time zone right now.
Oh, is Arizona now Pacific?
Mountain Standard Time at all times.
Which is Pacific right now.
Yeah, Pacific right now.
Yeah, Mike, I interviewed somebody for my running pod. Well, actually last week, but it was supposed to be the week before. She was like, "Yeah, I live in the West Coast," and so she gave me the time, but she said Mountain Time. I was like, "Okay," but it was all screwed up because she's in Arizona.
Right.
Yeah.
We don't change. We don't need to.
I know, but we need to fix this.
Yeah.
We need to fix this.
Oh, here we go. Mike, John, people are saying that they were going to write in John for president. And I worry about that because he would just get on soapboxes. Here's already one of his platforms.
Well, one, he's not old enough.
Yeah, you got to be in your 80s, John.
This is true. I got another 40 years to go, apparently.
30 years,
Okay,
John.
boomers. Did I do that right, Josh?
I think so. Think so.
No, he's a man of many time zones. He's been in the Mountain Standard Zone. Now he'll be in the Eastern Daylight. No, is Tallahassee Central?
It is Eastern. I learned that this year. I thought it was Central, but it's
so they're at the
I think
very
it's the
edge.
next county west. Is
Wow! I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
The first time we drove back from Florida, I remember going through the Panhandle
In
and
84?
saw the Central Time Zone, and there was a moment where I was like, "Oh, I'm almost home." No, you're not. You're not even close. Oh, this has been it's been quite the tournament so far.
Yeah.
Did you know this is the first time? No, and this is only meant to make the Nebraska fans feel better.
Okay.
No 2 seeds made it to the Super Regionals.
Oh,
0.
That is the most incredible piece of trivia from this year's tournament. I mean, you think about how many quality 2 seeds there were. I mean, LSU certainly tried last night. That game.
Oh.
The LSU North Carolina game was outstanding.
I was very triggered because I needed to go for my walk and my varsity app wasn't working.
Oh no!
I was trying to listen to the last 2 innings on the North Carolina call, and it kept zipping out on me. I was very upset.
It was a great game. So yeah, I mean it's nuts. I mean, we've got 7 of the top 8 seeds made it. The only one who didn't was Arkansas of all teams, right? And congratulations to the Fighting Pete Hugheses at K-State. We're going to talk about them this week in college baseball Thursday night. That's so exciting for them after the way they got jobbed last year. For them to end up making it to supers is pretty cool. But yeah, most 3 and 4 seeds, we had a 4 seed in the regional final in Tucson. I mean, it was the 3 and the 4 in Tucson. So in fact, Arizona was the first 1 seed to go out. So it's been pretty crazy, and love it. It's great. 5 ACC teams, most ever for the ACC. And I think the 5 hosts will all had SEC teams in their regionals, right? And they knocked them all out, which is pretty crazy. So
they went combined 15-1.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah.
So the ACC, which is a conference Mike covered the most for ESPN and the ACC network. It's almost like it's the Farron factor.
Nice job, Mike.
You explain why I'm going to Tallahassee, right? So
that's not going to make the Big East very happy.
Hey, Mike.
With all their rooting for UConn, John? Because he wants to root for all UConn things.
Yeah, he's going to say welcome to the Big East.
I got my Husky T-shirt somewhere.
Uh-huh.
How about Evansville, though? Valley represent, right?
I know.
2 years in a row, the Valley is in supers.
I was so happy for the Valley. And the Purple Aces will be on Friday during the Grum.
Oh, fun!
So we'll be your new official radio station for Purple Aces scoring
They're
up.
A fun team too, man. They're good. Wes Carroll's a great dude. They have some really good older players. Mark Schallenberger, got to spend some time with him earlier this year, and he was the guy that hit the big 3-run homer yesterday to give them the lead over East Carolina.
And we were trying to figure out, Mike, there's some chippiness going on. Did it start because of that home run?
I don't, I didn't see all of the games, so I don't know whether or not that was the case, but I'm sure
like when they came out to celebrate, it seemed like there was an exchange of words, and for some reason I thought that home run kind of triggered.
Would it surprise you? I mean, I think that's probably par for the course in an emotional, especially with East Carolina being at home and everything that they heard about how they shouldn't have been a host and all that. So I'm sure that there probably was some chippiness. I mean, they had 7,000 fans. That's got to be one of the top 5 environments of college baseball in the jungle. And just fans literally hanging over the outfield wall is the coolest. I think we should put every regional and super regional in Greenville and just bust the fans in and let them get as close to the action as possible. I think it looks great.
Maybe we could just loan them a College World Series for 1 year.
Oh, come on, man.
No, I was just...
Wow, John.
No,
I'm trying to ruin the Omaha economy.
No, I'm saying we could go there. Well, no, we could just fly back and forth. We'll do shuttle buses.
Oh, you mean to do that? I thought you were taking a shot at the fact that they've got the most regional appearances without making it to Omaha.
No. I was just saying.
No, I think it's good. There'd be less foul territory, and they might hit some home runs there.
There you go. Hey, Mike, we mentioned the 1 seeds, all the 3s and the 4s that were playing each other. East Carolina, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Arizona, Oklahoma State, UC Santa Barbara. I have to imagine Arkansas missing out on the supers would be the biggest surprise. Who surprised you the most, though, after that one?
I think Santa Barbara. I mean, I really thought that was a very good team this year. Their offense, that ballpark every once in a while can suppress offense. I mean, there weren't any high scoring games there. But I thought they had both the pitching depth and the talent in the lineup to win a regional and get to Omaha. So I would say probably UC Santa Barbara. But the rest of them, I mean, like, I don't know that I would have picked UConn or I certainly didn't pick UConn to win the Norman Regional. I thought that would be Duke. I was a really good Duke team. So that one definitely surprised me. I don't think I would have picked West Virginia. I might have picked West Virginia 4th in Tucson. Just because their pitching has been really dinged up, and man, they got great performances from Tyler Switalski and Derek Clark, who's like he's listed at 5'9". He says he's 5'8". He might be 5'6". He's 5'6", and he's probably 170 pounds, and 150 of those are stones. Like, he's just the toughest dude. He's been overlooked his whole life, and like that was a really gutty performance that he put together in shutting down one of the best offenses of the country in Dallas Baptist. And so, I think that's the one that's a surprise. JJ Weatherholt really didn't have a huge regional either. I mean, he wasn't even on the all regional team, and that's their star. I mean, he's going to be a top 10 pick in the draft. So, that's one that surprised, but I'm happy for Randy Mazey too. He's retiring after this year. He's one of the great dudes in college baseball. And, he gets to keep coaching another week, and he's got to hold off the fishing trips for another week at least.
We started the conversation by talking about all the 3s and the 4s that got in. No 2 seeds got in. And of course, all the consternation last week at this time was that, the committee may have had some conflicts of interest that they allowed get through. But does this, how did you see now that the brackets played out a little bit? How do we now retroactively judge how they do this?
I don't think you can do it effectively in baseball just because it's the sport leads itself to more randomness than anything else. So I think it's tough to do. I mean, Coastal certainly accounted themselves well. James Madison was one of the last teams in the field. They more than accounted themselves well. From that standpoint, I guess it's like if you've got the teams that are barely in, as long as they play well, that's fine. You hate to see it when those teams go 2 and Q and get blown out in the process. Like Arizona last year in Fayetteville, like that wasn't a good look for them, and that's you look at it and go, okay, well, that justifies our distaste for some of the committee's decisions. But overall, I didn't think there was anything because I think we said it too, like it was defensible in a lot of spots, right? TCU, College of Charleston maybe had cases to be in the field. Certainly there were a couple other teams that had cases to host over East Carolina, and East Carolina lost at home. But I don't think it necessarily. I don't think you can use just those 3 or 4 games in a regional as a way to cast anything, whether positive or negative on what the committee's decisions were.
Which super is going to be best?
Which super is going to be best? Oh, that's a good question. I think Florida Clemson is going to be really good. That's one that I would have circled. I think that's
a couple of old coaching mates.
Yeah. That's. I was joking today that we should make them play for the Leggett Jug, right? Because both Eric Bakich at Clemson and Kevin O'Sullivan at Florida coached for Jack Leggett at Clemson. So, I think that one to me is the spiciest. I think it's going to be fun. I mean, Clemson, I think I've had a tough time wrapping my arms around Clemson this year because you expect them to be super offensive, and I don't think they're actually super offensive. I mean, they're good offensively. They're veteran. Cam Cantarella really has come on in the second half. But they have a lot of different options on the mound, and I really liked the Ethan Dart into the rotation. Austin Gordon to the back end of the bullpen was a big move for them. So they're a good team, and Florida, they got crushed for a lot of their season, and the committee's decision to include them. But man, they went 9-9 against the top 5 teams in the SEC. They're really good. And, this is kind of a fresh start, and it sounds like they were playing a lot looser in regionals. And I thought that was a really good Oklahoma State team that they had to beat twice to get.
Yes.
So
that
could
I
pitch.
wouldn't have given them a chance in hell, Mike, after that 17-11 marathon, had the long weather delay. And Florida already was light on pitching. And then to go out and pitch as well as they did in that ballpark, which was giving up home runs left and right, very impressive.
To that team, which is loaded with star power and could really pitch. I mean, that's 3 straight home regional losses for Oklahoma State, which is really surprising. But I thought that team had the smell of an Omaha team more so than the last couple. So that one, I mean, I guess going back, that's a stunner to me too, that they didn't get out of the Stillwater Regional, but that's going to make for a really good one. I mean, Florida, Clemson, that's top of the list.
So we've got 12 of the 16 teams have never won a national championship in baseball. We only have 4 that have. So we've got a list for those watching in on the stream. These are the list of the programs who are still in the tournament who have never won the national championship. Of course, Florida State is the most celebrated because they've been to the most World Series without winning one. Clemson's not that far behind. Neither is North Carolina. But of that group of teams, who do you like most to win it all?
To win it all? North Carolina. I think they're really
over good. Tennessee.
I think there are fewer questions, even with the injuries they've had with North Carolina pitching wise.
Interesting.
And I think Tennessee benefits from that. They play in a very hitter-friendly environment at a Lindsey Nelson. But that said, I mean, Tennessee's pitched really well. I think they're really good. I think North Carolina's underrated. I think they're, which is crazy to say, right, for the number 4 national seed, but I think that's a really good team. I saw them a lot this year. You saw how tough they were in what they did yesterday. Like even in game 6 of that regional, the first regional final game, they're down 8-4. I think they left 10 runners on in the last 3 innings of that game. They're going to create a lot of offensive opportunities. Their bullpen is stacked. So I think I like their chances the best if they can get there. The other ones, Clemson we talked about. Florida State, Jamie Arnold gives them a chance every time he pitches. That guy might be the best pitcher in the country. He's not draft eligible this year. It's next year, but he's really, really good. I think Kentucky is super fun. They play a really fun style of offense, and they've got power. NC State kind of has defied their statistics over the course of the year. I'm not going to run down all of these, but K-State has a superstar in Kalen Culpepper, and they've got a couple of really good arms in Jackson Wentworth and Tyson Neighbors. So those are ones. And A&M, like A&M's the other one that I would say, like they have led the nation in pitching all year, and the top 3 guys in their lineup are all first rounders. Braden Montgomery will go this year, and then Jace Lavalette next, and Gavin Grahovic the year after that. But that's a really good team. So I would put them up there with North Carolina there. And then, Tennessee is on that list too.
Mike, it would seem, just given the list of all these teams that have never won a national championship, not to mention the other teams that are going to participate this weekend as well, that a lot of storylines, maybe more than normal, that we'll get in Omaha, just coming in with perhaps what could be at stake for some of these programs.
Yeah, I think even in some of those names that aren't on the list there, right? Like Georgia, it's been a while since we've talked about Georgia as being a College World Series team, right? It's it has not been an easy decade plus for them. And so, and they've got Charlie Condon, right, which is another big one. Like Florida, if they were one of the last teams in the field, they've got a chance to get back in. UConn wasn't on that list, right? Like does UConn have a national championship in the 1950s? No, okay.
Nope.
I think you're right. I think there's a ton of there are a ton of storylines. Last year it was about the overall talent, right?
All the time.
Yes. 11 of the top 39 picks in last year's draft, and probably another 10 to 12 future first rounders that were part of that group. This is more a storyline year, I would say.
Well, moving to the pro side of things. This is the summer, which usually, at some point, we haven't cracked open the seal yet, but eventually our should Pete Rose be in the Hall of Fame conversation will happen because that's a summer
July
topic.
topics, baby.
So in 2044, when our when the people who take over for us should Tucupita Marcano be in the Hall of Fame, will that be the big
is that what Gen Alpha will be talking about on the radio in 20 years?
I kid you not. The first message I got 5 minutes into talking about this morning was for somebody saying, I don't understand why this can happen and Pete Rose still isn't allowed. I'm like he didn't even bet on his own team. I'm like, have you not been paying attention to all the things he lied about over the last 30 years? And the fact that, yes, there's pretty hard evidence that he did bet on his own team.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, like, listen, this is, I think these 5 guys, because it's Tucupita Marcano who got the lifetime ban, and there's 4 other players who have been suspended for a year for betting on baseball while they were in the minor leagues. I think, quite frankly, these 5 guys are idiots. Like, I mean, like, I cannot even begin to tell you how dumb this is. There is literally one rule that is posted in every single professional baseball clubhouse in America, and it's Rule 21, which is thou shalt not bet on baseball at any level, period. Yep. Whether it's legal or not, it's the sign is prominently displayed in every clubhouse I've ever been in. You go through it every spring. Like it is worse than telling a kid not to touch the stove. Right? Like it's just, at least then they're not sure if they believe you or not. Right? Like there's a message that's there right there that says, if you do this, your career is over. And that's what happened. I mean, I have no empathy for those guys whatsoever. I cannot believe that you can be that dumb. Like I have far more empathy for the Iowa players who got suspended last year for betting on sports that weren't their sport. Like, not smart to not know the NCAA rules. But, like, if you'd been suspended because you had gambling issues and you weren't betting on baseball, fine. Like, that's there's something I can be like, hey, listen, either you've got a gambling problem or you're just not that smart. You didn't think you were going to get caught. But literally, you get reminded all of the time about the fact that you cannot bet on baseball. It just takes some absolutely foolish thinking. And it's not just the players that can't do this. Managers, coaches, executives. The people who are full-time that work in the ticket office are not allowed to bet on baseball. We all know it. You all have to go through a video every year telling you can't do it. Like every single year you get reminded of it. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that people could be that dumb. But
Mike, that's what I wanted to ask you. Is this surprising? Because I remember the first time that it came out, was it Calvin Ridley? Was he the first NFL player, I think? Because he did a same-game parlay.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, that's surprising. And then the more that it happens, the less that I get surprised, even though it should be maybe more surprising that years in now to this new situation that guys keep getting caught.
Yeah, I mean, I think and I think the part of it that's like the Jonte Porter situation, right, in the NBA is almost like worse, but it's more understandable, right? Like the guy's conspiring to shave points, essentially, right, or shave his line, as the case may be. Like that's a conspiratorial act, right? These weren't. These are just like guys are bored and they see an ad for a betting site and it's legal where they are and they place the bet. And like even like, and the thing is that's so incredible is like the Major League Baseball included the numbers in the press release, right? Over how much these guys bet. And Marcano was the most significant bettor.
He's the most dumb because he only won 4% of his bets.
Right. Also, he lost like 28 grand, right? Like it was, which is for most of us a sizable number, but even for a guy making the league minimum is not that much. But like Michael Kelly, who was with the A's, averaged less than $10 a bet and had a net winnings of $28. Jose Rodriguez had a net loss of like $740, right?
Not
Andrew
much.
Southrank, $445, a net loss of $272, right? Like These are not guys that had unbelievably dumb. For $400, you have jeopardized your entire career. I mean, come on.
Go to the horse track. Bet on the ponies. Roll the dice.
Go play craps. Go play craps.
There's other ways.
Yeah.
Go be like Michael Jordan. Go to the golf course.
Hey, there you go.
Hustle guys for putting.
Or get hustled.
Or get hustled.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick, we have our own El Assico.
Oh, baby.
Yeah. The Chicago White Sox.
Am I hitting it?
Nah, don't worry about it.
Okay.
They've lost 11 straight.
Oof.
They're now one game behind the pace of the 62 Mets.
They're taking L's in the win column and in the fight column.
But the good news for the White Sox is Major League Baseball's version of El Assico starts tonight.
White Sox
and Cubs.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, last 26 games, the only teams that have been worse than the Cubs are the A's and the White Sox. So,
yep.
Ooh, John, that's
Crosstown
bad.
Classic everybody's been waiting for.
First team to get a runner to second base wins.
Would you say that this is the least anticipated interleague matchup between these two franchises since interleague play? No? What's the worst one? What's the worst one?
There have been ones that were way worse.
Oh, wow. Then
This
15
one,
and 45?
Cubs are...
Uh-oh.
Yeah, but there's another team involved that's like 2 games under 500 and right in the
True.
thick of things and was so there have been ones where they were both terrible.
Yeah,
So,
you want to get me on my soapbox
Uh-oh.
again.
Uh-oh.
The Cubs and the Cardinals are below 500. They are currently wild card teams. That bugs me to no end.
Yeah. I mean, the National League wild card race is terrible.
The National League is terrible. Outside of like
Finally, you're an AL man. Welcome,
No, I am
John,
not an
where
AL
baseball
man.
is
No,
really played. The American
Listen,
League.
But we talked about this. We talked about this all winter, right? Like when I come on, we talked about how the National League, like that line to get in the playoffs the last couple of years has been 84, 85 wins, right?
Mhm.
Like 81 is a 500 season. Like
this year it'll be like 78 wins.
It might be. I mean, I think it'll probably end up being north of 80, but not far. I mean, like if you're a team like Cincinnati or the Diamondbacks that had huge expectations coming into this year, and you have really struggled through the first 60 games, you're thanking your lucky stars that you play in the National League where everybody still has a chance.
Amen. One final thing.
Except for the
all this time, it's about velocity, 100-mile-an-hour fastball.
Sure.
Last night, Matt Waldron,
the knuckleballer.
Former
This was
Omaha
sweet.
native and Cornhusker Matt Waldron.
This is tight.
This is tight. For those of you watching in the stream,
Look at this knuckleball here. Oh, that's a dandy. Now, they called that a sweeper on StatCast. Yeah, that's definitely a knuckleball there. And you can just tell by.
It barely moves.
It's gorgeous.
In terms of this way.
It's gorgeous. And it's 77.
That's great.
So Waldron worked over the last couple of years with my former broadcast partner with the Diamondbacks, Tom Candiotti, trying to develop the knuckleball. And like a typical knuckleballer, Candiotti thinks he doesn't throw it enough. Now, granted, Waldron throws like 94. Tom can throw 2 fastballs and probably not get it to 90 for much of his career. But like that was like, it's been fun to watch him have a little bit of success because, I always worry that the knuckleball is going to go extinct, right? Like that's when we were kids, there were a whole bunch of them, right? Like now, back in the day, John, we had the Necro brothers and we had
the Necros and of course the great Tim Wakefield.
Charlie Huff.
Tim
Wakefield threw a really good knuckleball.
He did. And I just looked it up because I was trying to remember. His knuckleball never got to 70.
I was going to say, I remember being in the mid 60s.
It got into the 40s.
Oh my gosh.
I mean,
R.A. Dickey was incredible because he threw 2 different speeds of one, right? He threw one that was in the mid 70s and he threw another one in the mid 60s. And that mid 70s knuckleball, that's hard for a knuckler. So
that is very hard.
Yeah.
Because you need that spin to get the velocity, to get the, the MPH up, right?
Yeah.
And he's throwing 77 and that thing's just like
my dad could throw a knuckleball, and it was always a disaster for me trying to catch it. because it's just going all over the place.
I'll tell you a great story. One day we went over to Candiotti's house. We had a day game, and he's got a batting cage there. His son, actually, Clark, was the starter of the opener of regionals for Arizona, fifth-year senior there. And so his boys grew up playing, and so he's got a batting cage there. And we were there, and he was like, let me throw you some knuckleballs. I was like, okay. So I stand in against it, and it's like, you have no chance. You have no idea what it's doing. It's like watching a swarm of bees move all over. And so, like, no chance. Like, it's changing directions. It's like, oh my gosh, this is ridiculous. And Tom has a really sick sense of humor. He also had, according to Joe Madden, the best slow curveball of his era. So he's throwing knucklers, and I'm watching this, and then he rips off. This is a 60-year-old man at this point, ripping off a big bender, and I nearly plotzed. Like, it's like, here it comes, and you're like, oh my God. The first ever butt buckle, I think. Not just the knees. Everything was buckling. It was,
and of course,
hilarious.
The great line by Bob Uecker. How do you catch a knuckleballer? You wait for it to stop rolling and you pick it up.
Pick it up, yeah.
That's how you do it. All right, well, we'll be watching. He'll be in Tallahassee.
We get things started. I think we're the first game, right, on ESPN on Friday.
Yes, you'll be the first game, and then the Purple Aces play during the Grum. So we'll be able to see you during the Grum.
By the way, Mike, no John next week when you talk to us. No John.
Well, he'll be prepping for the College World Series.
Damn right. See, Mike knows.
Yeah.
Wait, what was this?
It'll be Mike Schaefer, though, so he knows about baseball.
This.
Well,
Prep?
I mean, there was a tweet that we got. I guess that this is as good of a time as any to read this on the air.
Oh, come on.
The one that said that you were very proud of you for a good question on your baseball talk?
Yeah, Kevin Kugler tweets in.
Oh,
great to hear that great question from you per your baseball guest. You've clearly been prepping hard for the CWS. And I pointed out the voice of the College World Series didn't get a great question. He added, hate to see it. Thank goodness he has you alongside to get through these tougher interviews for him.
Is he,
That's what I
is he so bored? Does he need a new job? Is he worried at Fox? Is he trying to kind of angle to get a radio show again?
Is he coming for us?
I
think he just loves our great content. It's still AM radio, but we're also on the internet.
I'm guessing he's getting a little bored of the whole UFL experience.
It's been a great season so far. Dude, I was watching the UFL this weekend. I'm a sicko. I was folding laundry. I just needed something on.
So you wouldn't watch the squeeze play. You would watch the UFL.
No, I watched the squeeze play. I just had the volume low. I was reading a book.
Volume low?
I was reading a book.
Wait, were you watching a game or were you reading a book?
I mean, it was on in the background as I read my book.
This guy's weird. I work with weird people.
I was reading a book about the Ryder Cup history. Mike, any thoughts on the Ryder Cup?
No.
Okay, there you go. No thoughts from Mike.
And on that note, we will say goodnight.
Bye, Mike.
Let me know when you get to the book on the America's Cup history. That'll be really riveting stuff. Bye.
Send it to me. Bye.
Talk to you next week. I'll see you soon, John. I'll see you.
Yes, we'll see you soon. Mike Farron, ladies and gentlemen, MLB Network.
For the
Radio.
record, fascinating book. I learned so much about the Ryder Cup history. Sorry that I like rooting for America, John. Always forget.
Oh, I root for America in the Ryder Cup.
Oh, interesting. Can't read a book about it, though?
Oh, no.
Why not?
It's about golf.
It was fascinating.
If I'm going to read a book about golf, it's going to help me swing better, not a bunch of old fuddy day. Oh, and I got my knickers out, and I'm going to go out with my wooden clubs. I'm going to hit a little ball.
All right, it wasn't that historical, John.
Oh.
Recent. It was about America trying to win the 2021 Ryder Cup over Europe, Nick.
Did they?
Hell yeah, they whooped their asses. Spoiler alert.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, back with more in a minute. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, 1620 in the zone.
Nick Grimm with Circa Sports Iowa. There's a lot of baseball happening tonight, and you can play along with your favorite teams or even fade your least favorite with the Circa Sports Iowa app. They offer tight money line splits, which simply just means that you're getting a better line compared to the others with similar lines on similar games. They also won't limit your account when you're on a winning streak, also like a lot of those other guys like to do. Plus, you have even more chances to win with Circa 2. Right now, they've got a couple contests that are going all the way until September. Circa Million 6 and Circa Survivor. Circa Million 6 and Circa Survivor have $16 million in guaranteed prizes between the two of them. Circasports.com for details on that. Download the Circa Sports Iowa app today and bet like a pro anywhere in the state of Iowa. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
The Connor Happer Show.
Grant Bricks' smile.
Yeah, what do you think's going on?
It's very big.
That looks like a guy who's just happy he ate 21 tacos.
He really does look pleased with himself.
The sunglasses, the giant sombrero, the whole thing. That guy walked over there from his house. I'd like to all-you-can-eat tacos, please. And then he just said, keep them coming.
We're back, baby.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Warm and muggy again on Tuesday, mainly dry in the morning, then increasing chances for scattered thunderstorms in the afternoon and evening. A few storms could be strong to severe after 2 p.m. with a wind and hail threat, highs in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber, from the company with the fastest download speeds 9 years in a row. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence in Las Vegas, Omaha, Phoenix. Fixed median download speeds Q2 2016 to Q1 2024.
Grandpa Dave here from Osted's Golf, helping the grandkids get their dad the perfect gift for Father's Day.
Thanks for your help, Grandpa. Dad wasn't thrilled with the candy that we got him last year, but we sure liked it.
Okay, kids, save up to $200 on clubs from TaylorMade, Callaway, Titleist, or Ping. Or up to 50% off name brand golf apparel. Buy 2 dozen Strixon balls, get one free. And dads love Osted's gift cards.
Papa, we need a bigger allowance.
Talk to your dad.
Shop Osted's Golf for Father's Day.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You go into your shower feeling, but as soon as you reach for the Irish Spring, your day immediately gets better. That crisp, fresh, unmistakable Irish Spring scent zings your brain and awakens your senses. So when you finally emerge from the shower, 37 minutes later, because you pay the water bill so you can stay in there as long as you want, you're ready to take on the day and smell great doing it. Irish Spring Body Wash and Bar Soap. Fresh, green, Irish. Shop now at Walmart.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct.
They have to play with themselves.
The 1620. The Zone.
The odds of a new team dogpiling in Omaha this June are pretty good. I mean, there's only 4 teams that are defending champions who are still in the field, and they are Virginia, Oregon State, Georgia, and Florida. Maybe outside of Georgia, none of those would be considered one of the top favorites.
Say those 4 teams again real fast.
Virginia, Oregon State, Georgia, and Florida.
All right. Looking at the FanDuel odds, the best chance to win a World Series amongst those 4 would be Oregon State, and they are 13-1. They have 5 teams: Tennessee, Texas A&M, Kentucky, North Carolina, and Clemson, all ahead of them on the odds list.
So good chance for that to happen. ACC and SEC tied for the most super regional qualifiers, 5 apiece. There will be 2 head-to-head matchups between those leagues. NC State will be at Georgia, and Clemson will be at Florida. We talked about that with Mike.
Yeah, he's pumped for that series.
This is the fewest number of different conferences represented in a super regional, tied with 2019 and 2021. There are only 6 conferences remaining.
Interesting.
SEC, ACC, Pac-12, Big 12, the Valley, and the Big East.
Interesting that 2019, when this would have happened for the first time, that this few represented, and now it's happened 3 times since the 2019 season.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Welcome to the Big East.
Welcome to the Big East.
It hurts that the Big West hasn't had someone in.
Consolidation.
Yep.
Fewer good programs are in as many conferences. And next year, obviously, the Pac-12 will be kaput.
Gone.
And so that will...
good chance next year we might only get 5 different conferences represented.
Exactly.
It's the first time in history no 2 seeds make the super regional. The 2 seeds went 19-32 in the regional round.
Hey, I
so
know
Nebraska, you're not alone.
One of us.
That was
one
a weird
of us.
day. Just 3 seed day. That was a weird day.
Weird day.
And I just, all the 3 seeds.
Most 3s and 4s to ever make a super regional. We've got West Virginia, Oregon, K-State, Florida, and UConn, and 4 seed Evansville. And mark it down. One of those teams are going to make it to Omaha.
Oh,
the odds say it.
The odds or you?
No, the odds.
John has got his fingers and toes crossed for UConn.
Yeah.
The odds say
Welcome
it.
to the Big East.
That way, during the College World Series, John can wear his UConn basketball shirt.
Oh, yeah. Who you in on? Evansville, Oregon, Kansas State?
I'm looking at Oregon and Florida.
Oregon making it would be cool. They would do the O thing. A bunch of the...
Good, and then the people from Omaha can say you stole our damn logo.
Do the kids still like Oregon?
I have no idea.
Kids today like
this
Oregon?
about
Are
Oregon.
the kids aware of Oregon?
For a program that's noted for its garish, over-the-top uniforms,
Garish bag.
they have some nice,
clean,
traditional baseball uniforms. Now, I haven't
Fascinating.
I'm sure they've probably got 18 different versions like their football team does, so we'll probably see one of them.
Hell yeah. Can they wear the chrome helmets?
You want the chrome domes?
Can they wear chrome hats?
That if you can
wooden bats and chrome hats,
if you can pull off chrome hats, then you've done something.
So then you can blind the other players. They'll be like, I can't see.
Bingo! It's like the batter's eye, but on your head.
The top 4 overall seeds made it: Tennessee, Kentucky, A&M, and North Carolina.
Nice.
And only 2 of the matchups feature chalk.
Wow.
Oregon State at Kentucky, NC State at Georgia.
Nice.
Those are the only chalk matchups that we have in what would be the equivalent of college baseball's Sweet 16.
And maybe some of those teams, John, will come up in today's edition of Wooden Bats and Rubber Hats, the final edition of the entire season when we get to it.
Until next week when you're like, hey, John, you forgot to put it on. We're going to
John
do it
will be
again.
gone next week. I'm not doing it next week.
He's not doing it. So
it'll be Schaefer. We'll probably talk about the NFL for 4 hours.
We'll just talk about he'll spend one of the days just on Justin Jefferson.
Oh, probably. Last year, we got people mad at us, John, because we compared NFL quarterbacks to Succession characters.
That was a fun bit.
It was a great segment, but some people didn't like it.
They thought it was garish.
Well, look forward to that next week.
Next week, indeed.
But looking forward next to, we've got some more projections. Thanks to power rankings of Nebraska's football season. And coming up, one college football opinion that has you on an island. What is a college football opinion that you hold, that only you hold?
Yeah, we just got an
or
email.
At least it feels like only you hold. You can send yours in, JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620. Email Equitable Bank inbox.
Max literally just did that. So it's perfect timing. Thank you, Max. We will get to that.
John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. I've got 2, and I might have 3.
I wrote down 2. I look forward to seeing what you're going to say, and we can opine off of the listeners' responses as well.
So that is all straight ahead on this Tuesday. The Grum on 1620 The Zone.
For the Jays, the Huskers, and even you Jayskers, we are 1620 The Zone.
Some people think business banking is only about transactions. But at Emprise, we don't view money as an end game. We see it as an engine. It's who we are. Transforming ideas into IPOs, turning potential into profit. Emprise is next generation business banking, where we help money work for you, not the other way around. That's the power of possible. Visit emprisebank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
Let's go on a fishing trip you will be talking about for years. The best walleye fishing trip ever. Join me, Crash Davis. We're going to travel to the walleye capital of the world, September 15th through the 19th aboard a deluxe motor coach. Travel with me to Ballard's Resort on Lake of the Woods. Pricing includes round-trip motor coach transportation, 4 nights lodging, 3 days of fully guided walleye fishing, and all of our meals. Go fishing with me, Crash. Your best trip ever. Sign up at ballardsresort.com. ballardsresort.com. And set the hook.
Funplex has asked me to give you a first-hand account of the all-new for 2024 Wipeout attraction.
Okay, hit it.
We're starting up. Spinning a little now. Whoa, a lot.
The centrifugal force is starting to stretch my face.
Holy this thing's fast.
Whoa, it's tilting. We have tilting. Woohoo, this is awesome. You got to try this. Get your tickets now at fun-plex.com.
Host is roasting every morning.
Host Coffee Services stands as the vibrant heart of every break room, offering the unique fusion of traditional quality and modern flair. We're not just your coffee provider, we're the center of memorable workplace moments. Call us today.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee Services is always roasting something good for you.
Guys, let's have a conversation. Let's say you've been losing interest in your spouse. You got low libido. You can't focus on things. And you're wondering, what is going on? It may be low testosterone. Mentality is here for you. With their FDA-approved testosterone treatment, their board-certified physicians who work with most insurance companies, they can diagnose the symptoms of low testosterone and take care of it. Schedule an appointment today. Go to the website, lowtusa.com. Take back your life, man. Mentality, lowtusa.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
We are your home for the College World Series. All the action will begin a week from Friday.
My God. It's already here.
John and I working hard in the booth.
And me working hard in Baseball Village, Nick.
Eating salads.
God, I hope not. I hope not. I want a sandwich this time around.
Yeah.
I do like fries, but I want a
I would
sandwich.
suggest you order a salad.
Good call.
See if it comes back.
This
as a
year I'll
sandwich.
order a salad and we'll see what happens.
No, it was actually a riddle. You got it wrong.
I've had wings. They looked so good.
So
It'd give you croutons.
another power ranking here. J. Bud Davis on Twitter.
Oh, this isn't your guy with the fancy schmancy graphics. What's his name again?
No.
Altamore?
Tony. Yeah, Tony doesn't do power ratings.
Oh, okay.
But he has tiered this thanks to some. These are market-derived team tiers based on win totals.
So, yes, I was going to say market-derived. So this is a betting. And is this also taking into account, John, where the money is as well?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
Nebraska finds themselves, well, first of all, the top tier, and again, we apologize, it's a very small graphic for those of you watching it on the stream, but the top tier has but 4 teams. That would be the Georgia, the Texas, the Ohio State, and the Oregon. And then the next layer down would be Penn State, Alabama, Ole Miss, Michigan, LSU, and Notre Dame. But just below the top 25 quality in the potential top 25 quality, a.k.a. the 4th tier, look at who is there.
Rutgers.
Yes.
Go Hawks.
Maryland.
Iowa.
And Nebraska.
Iowa State, Kansas, and yes, Nebraska.
Interesting.
Nebraska's power ranking is 9.8, and this is basically what they, according to the market-derived formula, this is what Nebraska would be favored by on a neutral field against the average Division I football team.
So, like, who is an average football team? Let's go to the teams that are as close to 0 as possible. BYU, 0.3.
Yep.
I forgot Boston College at 0.8. Boise State, 0.3. Tulane, 0.1. Virginia, negative 0.3.
Yep.
Indiana, who Nebraska is playing this year, negative 0.3. Oregon State, negative 0.4. So those are the average teams. For the record, the best teams, they have scores of 30.5, 27.2, 26.9, and 24.8.
Yeah.
Sort of my teams that are basically 4 touchdowns better than
and honestly, I mean, really what Bill Conley is attempting to do
same thing.
Is the same exact thing. I mean, his formula is also, you know, whatever Nebraska's FP plus or SP plus is, that's how many points above or below the spread they would be favored by against an average team.
So if I'm understanding this right, this is taking into account all of the data. Interesting.
So what I did for you is I went through Nebraska's schedule and compared it to their opponents to see what they might be favored by on both the neutral field and then using my standard 2.5 point home field advantage.
Nice
calculation. UTEP. We mentioned UTEP. Most important game on the schedule.
John, it's the first game of the season.
UTEP's power ranking is minus 18.6. In other words,
you suck, UTEP.
They're almost a 3-touchdown dog to the average Division I college football team, while Nebraska's power rating is almost 10 points better than the average Division I football team. So on a neutral field, Nebraska, 4-touchdown favorite, home field, 31-point favorite.
You'll have a nice 2-hour Big Red overreaction that night, John. You're going to do a great job.
Well, good, because the next week when you're doing Colorado all by yourself.
No, we're all doing it. Remember, we're doing it from the bottoms.
What's this we stuff?
You, me, Happer.
I might be out celebrating with the folks after Nebraska scores a win.
Whoa,
because they should be favored by about 7.5 points.
They are, I believe, the current line is 6.5. So that makes sense.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
That's using my home field advantage calculator.
You never include the poor FCS schools. What about UNI? What about Nick's Panthers? Nick is going to his first Husker game.
Jay Bud doesn't have their number on.
We'll start calling John EA Sports College Football because he doesn't care about these teams.
Whoa, yeah.
It's not me. It's Jay
Directional
Bud.
School John.
Bigley says if you can't trust a guy named Jay Bud, who can you trust?
That's true.
Illinois.
I think I knew that guy in college.
Friday night's a great night for football.
Nebraska 8-point favorite.
Oh, you're going to do a great show that night.
Well, you're in for quite the stretch then, because you're going to be doing all the rest of them. At Purdue.
11 a.m.
Now here's a tight one, folks. On a neutral field, Nebraska would be a 6-point favorite, but on a home field, with the home field advantage going to Purdue, and of course it's a raucous home field advantage there with the whole train thing and the tooting of the horn and the nonstop, the tens of fans that are screaming.
Boiler up! Honk,
and
honk.
don't
Choo,
forget
choo.
those sprinkler heads that inevitably will tear the knees out of Nebraska wide receivers.
I'm never running there.
3.8. About 3.5 to 4 point favorite. Nebraska.
At this point, Nebraska is 4-0, John.
Then to the Rutgers. Now remember, Rutgers was kind of in the same grouping of teams as Nebraska.
They were indeed.
On a neutral field, Nebraska would be a 3.5 point favorite, but thanks to the home field advantage of Memorial Stadium, give them a even 6.
Even 6.
Indiana. Remember when we had that conversation of which game might be your barometer game? I said maybe Indiana.
Oh, that's right. You wanted to swim against the
I
stream.
went against the stream.
Sounds like he was on an island.
Well, you know what?
John Bishop Island.
Neutral field, 10-point favorites for Nebraska. Home field advantage, Indiana. Touchdown and a hook.
And a hook. So Max says, so we are starting 7-0. John, did you just say that out loud? Say those words. Nebraska 7-0.
I'm saying Nebraska is favored in the first. Will be
Mm.
favored in the first 7 games.
And
yes.
win them all, says John Bishop.
Oh, but then there's Ohio State.
Go Panthers.
Big noon kickoff.
Maybe.
Or CBS.
Because when Ohio State's favored by nearly 3 touchdowns, maybe a network will say, yeah, let's just put that on YouTube.
Oh,
or maybe Tubi.
Tubi.
Yeah.
Or not to be.
UCLA. UCLA is another team in that same grouping of teams, the 4th tier. Nebraska home field advantage, about a 5-point favorite.
Nice. Take
against
that,
the Bruins.
Foster.
USC.
What the heck?
We're getting weird that night.
We are? Oh, no, Nick, don't you say that.
Well,
230.
USC.
230.
7-point favorites.
Wow. Don't they know that they're bad now? Did this guy, what's his name again?
Apparently, Jay Bud does not.
Jay Bud?
Wisconsin. Now, here's a fun one. Wisconsin, better than Nebraska in the power rankings, but because it's a home game, call her a push.
Oh, wow.
It's literally a push.
I love pick'ems.
And then there's Iowa.
Uh-oh.
Go Hawks.
Thanks to Iowa's home field advantage.
And it's a night game. It'll be freezing out there.
3-point spread. So when you look at all together, Nebraska should be favored in 8 games, a push in 1, and a dog in 3.
So they're going 8-4, 9-3. Wow. That's
they're going
awesome.
8-3-1.
Oh, man, they're bringing back ties.
They're bringing back ties, baby.
M. Bigley says 5-6. M. Bigley, there's 12 games, bro. I guess he's not including the FCS game.
Again, Northern Iowa. Not
Wow. Stop disrespecting the Panthers.
Chance says I would take 8-4 all day long.
No, people forget Kurt Warner played at UNI.
They definitely do. I forgot that he played there. I always think of him as the Barnstormer guy.
Mm.
Well, he played there too. So there you have it.
Wow. I don't know if I can read this from Sean. It's for where he thinks the Nebraska-Ohio State game will be played. He adds hide the children afterwards, but he mentions a website, I believe, of some.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
A hub for things?
One of those. That's why it's not a hub. I've never heard of this one.
Oh, is it a hamster?
It's a tube.
Oh, don't go to that one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm going to stay away from this one. I've never heard of this.
The other ones are slightly safer.
All right.
Well, there's a good chance more Nebraskans are subscribed to that than they were to Peacock prior to last year.
Good call, John. Why not Hoiberg texts in? The only team tiers I'm interested in are those of Colorado and Iowa after we beat them. Get a cup, a mug that says Colorado Tears.
I think too many people are dismissing the Panthers. You don't want Panther tears?
They are not no, they are not doing that. Though we did put on the list earlier that Nebraska will beat them.
They'll beat UTEP by more than they'll beat Northern Iowa.
Nice.
So we're giving Northern Iowa their props.
There we go.
Well, next, what college football opinion has you on an island? What is a take that you have in college football that is unlike those that you hear anywhere else? And dare I say, are unpopular. You're all by your lonesome. You're on an island.
I'm kind of worried about where this segment could go with John. This is a soapboxy kind of segment.
I do have one, by the way.
Oh, and Nick has, even Nick.
Of course, it's a soapboxy segment because you need to be on the soapbox so you can yell over the top of the crowds and hordes of people that disagree with you.
This segment only exists because we gave up on the quarter jar, so now John is just biding his time. So he's like, yes, now I can finally get on my soapboxes.
Interesting. KD tweets in 2 buffs, 1 cup.
You better hope so.
Mm-hmm.
You better hope so. If you'd like to submit your college football takes that have you on an island, JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC1620. Send us an email, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. Hell, why don't you freaking pick up the phone and call?
What? A phone
This
call?
used to be a show that took phone calls.
No, all the callers now call it
John,
the Big Red Overreaction.
It's kind of nice to talk to
Somebody
people.
called Nick a few minutes
You know,
ago.
there used to be a commercial campaign when I was a child. It was Northwestern Bell, I think. No, it was AT&T. Reach out and touch someone.
Oh, John, that's assault, brother.
Over the phone? You can't touch people with a phone.
You can touch them emotionally when they hear your voice.
John,
when
phones-
you call Granny or Grampy and say, "Hi, Granny, it's your grandson. You
I
know, the
can't
one who only
hear
lives
you."
across the town from you and you see every day anyway."
Phones can't even make calls, John. They're for
Yeah, they're
looking at Reddit when you poop and TikTok.
And texting.
Well, you know what?
What?
We're
Which
going
you
to
can
make,
also text
let's
us.
make,
Make
that's
calls.
my new campaign.
Make phones call
Make
again.
Phones great again.
All right. Call into the show. So what do you want them to do? They speak to us?
Yes, they speak to us. They tell us their opinion.
Chance says John Bishop here for touching people. That's what I heard too. Go somewhere and reach across the room and touch them.
Reach
Hello,
out and
don't do
touch
that.
someone.
Hey, daddy's home. Lick, lick, lick.
If they give you permission.
Yeah, consensually.
Mm-hmm.
1620 the zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center. No wrecks to avoid this afternoon. We are getting reports of delays if you're east on L Street between 90th and 72nd. Delays on northbound 204th at West Center. Slow going on eastbound Dodge between 680 and 90th. On westbound Dodge between 108th and 120th. And a slight delay on the northbound North Freeway at Stores Expressway. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Backlund Plumbing.
Backlund Plumbing, the most referred plumber in town.
So you need a plumber, do you? You should call the most referred plumber in town, Backlund Plumbing.
Backlund Plumbing, the most referred plumber in town. Host is roasting every morning.
How does Host Coffee Services provide the best coffee for your workplace? By finding the richest and most robust coffee beans from all around the world and bringing them to our Nebraska roastery, where your coffee is roasted fresh and delivered straight to you.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee Services is always roasting something good for you.
Hey, baseball fans, join the Blur Tailgate at Hilton Omaha this June for our 12th annual hospitality event during the College Baseball Championship Series. Book an experience for your clients or employees with an inclusive bar, buffet, TVs, music, and tailgate games. Secure your spot today and let Blur Events take care of all the work so you can enjoy the day. Plus, we're just steps away from Charles Schwab Field. Visit blurevents.com to book your group, buy tickets, or learn about sponsorships. That's blurevents.com, your college baseball and football tailgate destination.
Summer is here, Father's Day is around the corner, and there is no better place to get dad outfitted than Lindley Clothing. Or yourself. Guys, Lindley Clothing has been outfitting us men for over 88 years. And now with summer here, shorts, polos, short sleeve shirts, golf attire, they've got it all at Lindley Clothing. They're a staple in Omaha. They could be a staple in your wardrobe with the top-notch brands from Jack Victor all the way to Peter Millar. Sportswear to tailored clothing, Lindley Clothing has you covered top to bottom. Shop now at their location, 132nd West Dodge in the Linden Market. It's Lindley Clothing.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go /sports. Ramp.com/sports. RAMP.com/sports.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, pet parents. With Progressive's collision coverage, you get extra protection for your cat or dog, because there's nothing worse than seeing your pet hurt. Like when you see their face after accidentally stepping on their tail, and you say, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Pickles." But as you kiss his nose and rub his little belly welly, you know Mr. Pickles is thinking, "You betrayed me." Anywho, Progressive pays up to $1,000 in vet bills if your pet is injured in an auto accident. Learn more at Progressive.com and watch where you step. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Collision coverage subject to policy terms. Not available in all states.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
You've made some new friends who live far from you, and keeping them close is so easy to do. Reach out and touch someone. Reach out, call up and just say hi. Reach out and touch someone.
Yeah! Don't let those new friends get away.
Yeah, don't let new friends get
then
away.
will bring
Call.
them closer. They're
Use the
waiting to
damn
hear
phone
from you.
like it was meant to be, like
So
a telephone.
reach out and touch someone. Give them a call.
402-951-1620.
That was propaganda from the phone company.
Yes, that was a phone
for the-
company spot. Yes. Yes, that they did commercials. You know, just like all other businesses do commercials. What, the phone company can't do a commercial?
Commercial after commercial after commercial.
Well, if you would like to share your opinion, that is
yours.
Nice.
Unique from all others. Put you on an island. This was it was a tweet that was put out by Pro Football Focus, their college account. What college football opinion makes you feel this way? And it's a picture of a guy standing all by himself, looking into a mass of people saying, yes, you are all wrong.
Nice.
You're on an island. You're by yourself on this college football take.
I have one from a listener that we could begin with.
Let's
if you'd
start
like.
with that.
And we would love phone calls. It's a phone, apparently.
It does.
You dial the number. What's the number, John?
402-951-1620. It's a 42 degrees source hotline.
Easy enough to remember. Max emailed in, though, in the Equitable Bank inbox. He says, a college football opinion that leaves me on somewhat of an island. Get rid of bowl games. All of them. Even the legendary ones. Rose Bowl, Orange Bowl, Pop-Tart Bowl, all gone.
Oh, well, let's keep the Pop-Tart Bowl. That's fun.
He adds, Nick, that model is so archaic. 16-team playoff, could be convinced to make it 20 with top seed buys, and then move postseason games to on campus. Only the Natty should be a neutral site. Maybe the semis can be neutral site too, but would prefer on campus. More conference championship games on campus move conference championship games on campus for the highest seed too. That's where college football is the best. Hell yes! What an email from Max. I couldn't agree more.
Well, see, but
make them all at home.
There's a lot in there. Some of that is a very populist opinion. Some of that, I mean, getting rid of all bowl games, as we know, the bowl Nazis would come for us and say,
but that's what this segment's for. It's for all them to yell at us and say you're wrong.
No, I know, but I'm saying there's parts of his idea that are very populist, and there are other parts that are very not.
Corbin says, this segment is just an excuse for John to say something that'll piss people off, isn't it? Yeah, I'm a little scared of where you're going to go with yours.
I think we should save John's for the end in like the last 15 minutes of the segment.
Nice. Oh, so yeah, I guess it's your turn now, John.
Well, I mean, this is one I've shared many times before that you like to mock me for, but occasionally on Saturdays, stepping away from the television and going out and doing something while listening to the game is enjoyable.
Yeah, I mean, definitely people are saying you're wrong.
John is saying touch grass.
For the record, I do take Banks for walks on Saturday during games.
Your dog, right?
Yeah, my dog, not the Nebraska
That's going to
receiver.
stop this season.
But like if you have lawn work to do, or if you're washing your car, or whatever you might be doing, taking your dog for a walk, it's fun just to pull up whatever game it is you were watching on TV, listen to the local broadcasters.
Phone call.
That's fun. That's enjoyable. I don't need to plant myself in front of the TV for 12 straight hours.
Yeah, you're a freak.
Well, this is why it's an opinion that I have that very few other people
I
do.
love watching the sport. Have you tried not watching it? That's pretty interesting.
I didn't say not watching. I'm just saying you don't have to watch every stinking play of every stinking game. Sometimes you can let your imagination run wild and let the local ambiance of the local announcer. It's kind of fun too. You hear some of the different voices you've never heard before calling South Carolina games or Kansas games or whatever the case.
Shan says it's still AM radio. Yeah, is this you just talking, speaking up for big radio because everyone likes to talk about TV these days?
Well, TV. Big radio, it's actually big, internet
app.
streaming because
I'm talking about phones again.
Pulling it on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one I definitely have.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely. Again, I take Banks for walks during games, but I just do that because
I'm sure it's like a 5-minute walk and you're like dragging him saying, no, we've got to go faster. I've got to get back to see this 3rd and 10.
No.
In this Illinois-Indiana game.
I don't pay for the varsity. I guess the varsity app is free, isn't it?
It's free.
Yeah, so I usually just pull up YouTube TV and I just, whatever game I was watching, I just listen to the television announcers. And sometimes then I can pull it out and watch it.
Garbage.
I can watch the game still.
It's a different type of announcing, though.
Banks is taking a dump. I can pull out the phone and, oh, wow, what a field goal.
How long are Mr. Banks' dumps?
Oh, 10 seconds. But sometimes he stops and sniffs. He's a dog, Nick.
Why not listen to the game as it used to be on the radio and let
I'm
the
not
announcer
100.
let the announcer paint the picture for you, paint the word.
Because I like seeing the pictures.
I'm half with John on this.
Yeah,
but not for football. I prefer baseball on the radio. I don't like football on the radio.
John just has that kink of it's like you want to get away. That's the part that we're confused by. Yeah, see, that's the part where I disagree.
It's hard for me. I don't like sitting down and just being attached to my television all day.
Well, you don't. You pace.
Also,
there's no reason. I don't pace unless I'm nervous.
You could pace. Maybe you should try that this season. Pace during college.
Pacing is good for the heart.
And I don't get nervous during college football games.
Pacing is good for the heart, John. You should try it more often. Yeah, I like sitting on
I
the
do.
couch.
I like pacing.
They do call it
while
a
I'm
pacemaker.
listening to a radio announcer call the game.
Cool. Very cool.
Well, there were some here were some of the submissions that I found underneath the
you're not going to let Nick or I give ours?
Wow.
Tough for us.
Yeah.
Okay. You just wanted to go right to the interneters. That's fine.
Well, we can intersperse back and forth.
Okay. What do we got here?
Boys.
One respondent, 95% of Big Ten football is unwatchable for unaffiliated fans.
Punts.
High percentage, but I understand feeling that way about Rutgers Maryland game, saying I'm not really interested.
Honestly, I could see it for any team at least right now, any team not named Michigan or Ohio State. There's a lot of people that see the Big Ten that way.
Yeah, I definitely don't. I like watching football. Football is beautiful.
As somebody who's
not all
new,
of it's beautiful.
Yeah, like Iowa, Wisconsin.
As someone who's new to college football, I definitely like the Big Ten less than the Big 12. I would rather watch a Big 12 game.
It's a very fair take.
That's a very fair take. Yeah. So maybe that one's a little more populist. Yeah. Bambi. The BCS is the best postseason college football model.
Bambi is a Gen Zer. That's a stupid take.
Get off your TikTok, Bambi.
Seriously. This is like a thing now
Gen Z doesn't even remember the BCS.
That's the thing, though, John. They're coming for it. They say it's so good. I'm serious. Young college football fans think the BCS was awesome because they never had to live through it. They didn't have to deal with it.
How did Gen Zers appreciate something that happened before them because they never saw it?
It's very easy. You probably thought about things in the 50s that you enjoy.
I went through a whole 90s
because I didn't live
when I was in high school.
But you've never looked back in time at something that happened before you were alive and said, that'd be pretty cool. You've never done that one time? That is BS. Get out of here.
There's no way.
You've never looked back in time and said, I wish that baseball was like it was in the 30s when everybody cared about it or something like that? You've never had that opinion about anything?
Or even racing. Racing was way more popular in the 60s and 50s.
I am always like, it'd be cool to have a January 1st that mattered
Also
like it was when you were a kid.
It also isn't as fast. Either way, I don't.
That's
think,
a young person thought.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
You don't talk to young people.
I think that's an
see
older
this.
person.
No way. Older people don't think that BCS was great. BCS sucked. If you were there for it, you know it was a pretty miserable process. People hate computers.
Disagree.
What, you like the BCS?
No. I think there are some older folks out there because, and I'll explain why. Because back then, the bowl game still mattered to a degree because it was just one playoff game.
To a degree.
And that playoff game technically was one of the bowl games. So the rest of the playoffs still felt like it. But and listen, I'm not advocating this as a reason to go back to where it was. But yes, the bowl games, the more the playoffs grow, the less the bowl games matter.
Which is good.
And I don't disagree with
Going back to that other one, just get rid of all the bowl games.
All right, what other ones do you have?
All right. College football on Friday nights is a good thing. I love college football on Friday nights because I go home after work on a Friday and I'm excited for Saturday, but I still have a college football game to watch.
You think you're on an island with that?
Definitely. I don't think it seems like the majority of the
You'd be
audience
on an island
here.
in western Nebraska. I don't know if you're on an island in
I feel like college football fans in general, I mean, millions of people watch it, but it seems like the majority of people that I talk to dislike it.
I think markets where high school, like I bet most places in
Texas?
Texas hate this.
Yeah.
Or even smaller, like my hometown area. I think that because football is a big deal in these places that are so far from Iowa City or Ames.
Okay, well, I thought that was one where I was on an island about.
You think so? Okay,
I think so.
don't know.
And the other one, and we've talked about this before, but I say it, don't worry about going up against the NFL in the playoffs. Like, there's one thing you can do to fix that. You would have to start your season earlier. So either do it or stop crying. But, like, don't worry about moving games to Wednesdays and Tuesdays just so you can get a slightly bigger television rating. The NFL is going to do what the NFL does. Play games on Saturdays. That's what you're known for. You're college football. Or lobby your congressman and woman to, to extend what's the rule called?
They've kind of there's a bigger fish to fry when it comes to lobbying Congress for things.
They lobby them for dumb stuff all the time.
It's true.
Just move it back an extra week.
I don't think they're going to get much help on that, but I see where you're coming from.
Max says, I'm so pumped for Friday Night College Football. Good take, Josh. Headley agrees. Josh, I'm standing next to you with that take. But Sad Husker fan says, Friday Night Football, thumbs down emoji.
Yeah, I'm thumbs down on it because I want the high schools to have their special night. I think it's cool.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's very cool. And you know what? First of all, the quality of the games you're going to get on Friday aren't going to be that great anyway.
But it's football.
Also, if you're
not all football. Here's an island take. Not all football is good football.
Even bad football, though, is like
no. Bad football is bad.
Yeah, then how do you?
No, I do not love the Big Ten.
You love Iowa and Wisconsin.
I absolutely do not love the Big Ten.
How can you be so into the Iowa-Wisconsin game and yet you say not all football is good football? That game is the epitome of bad football being good to you.
Navy Army.
Yes, thank you, Nick.
Stop.
It is. It's horrible football, and yet you watch it every year
because it's a great rivalry game. And yes, good games can be low scoring. There's another one of my takes. Good games can be low scoring. You don't need to be your box. You don't need your freaking ADD. I need my Ritalin opinion of I got a point. It's got to be 45-40, or it's not a good game.
I don't want that.
Well, that's why I like the Big 12.
There you go. Yeah, Nick wants that. I don't want 45-40 every game. That's horrible.
But if you see a 10-9 game, you're like, oh my God, I've got hives.
Again, it's not the points, John. It's the way the football was played. Lots of turnovers, penalties. It's ugly football. Did you think the Nebraska-Minnesota game was a good football game? It was a horrible game. They're turning it over every 5 seconds. Penalties up the wazoo.
And that was just Nebraska's side.
But it had some compelling drama because of those things.
I mean, yes. Drama and good, though, are different things. Brock says, college football opinion, Tim Tebow is not the greatest player in college history. Brock, you are with the crowd on that one.
There's maybe a half a dozen Florida people and Tim Tebow himself who are the only ones who think that. Here's Brian. Brian wanted to reach out and touch someone.
Wow. Hi, Brian.
Heck yeah. Howdy, gentlemen. How you doing?
Good. What is your college football
to
opinion that you are on an island with?
Figure I can help you out in your quest to make phone calls, Brad, again, or whatever, John. Are you guys ready for a fun one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, strap in because it's maybe uncomfortable for some people.
Boy.
I don't care what the prognosticators say, and call me Homer all you want, but your Nebraska Cornhuskers are going to march into Iowa City next season and boat race them Hawkeyes.
Wow.
Go Hawks.
Yeah.
Boat race them?
Absolutely.
Give me a boat race. Give me a boat race score. In fact, Brian, we're going to put you
it
on the list.
All right.
Give me a score. I want a
Yikes.
score prediction, Nebraska, Iowa.
Brian, is that with an I or with a Y, first of all?
Definitely with an I. I don't trust those guys that do it with a Y. They
Nice.
ain't right.
Not a Gen Zer.
All right, so Nebraska
No, not
will
at
beat
all.
Iowa
No
by
I's,
the score
no
of
Z's.
what to what?
I could see 42-14, something like that.
Whoa! Wow.
Get the egg.
Save that audio, please.
That sounded a little James Bryant score picky.
I could see 52-38, something like that.
All right,
Nebraska.
Brian. I like that one. That I think you're on an island on that. Now,
Definitely.
There's a lot of Husker fans who like to talk a big game, but deep down inside, they're like, no. I mean, has Nebraska scored 42 points cumulatively against Iowa in the last 2 years?
I will do the math
What
on
was the
that
final
for you.
score in the game 2 years ago? Brian, thanks for the call.
Thank you, Brian.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Wow, that is a so last year they scored 10.
Yeah.
I believe in the year before they scored 24.
Yeah, so it's gone back 3 years.
34.
Yeah.
If you go back to 2021, Frost last full year, they scored 21. So then you get there. Kyle, noted Wisconsin fan, Kyle says, we didn't need this segment to learn John Bishop doesn't like football. The guy watches like 3 total games a season and complains about them. You do a lot of complaining about the sport that we all know and love. Katie says John's soapbox is insane right now.
I think Kyle might be dropping acid.
Dropping acid?
Or he got dropped on his head.
Mm.
I love football. I watch a lot of football.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't need to watch every football.
Interesting.
That's
And yet when
all.
I say I don't want to
Every
watch
football.
college basketball or college baseball, I'm the weird one. Very interesting, John. What is it about me and those sports?
No, you don't want to watch any of them.
Well,
there you go.
The lie has not been spotted.
Exactly.
I
just don't need to watch every football game, but I watch a lot of football. Football is on all weekend long in my house.
Bigley said, Peterson said Frost. Yeah, Bigley, I was talking about the 2021 Nebraska season.
Which famously had Scott Frost.
Sadly, he was still the coach.
I'm this is not one I have fully fleshed out.
Okay.
But I actually saw it shared as part of this
the graphic
tweet thread.
Yeah.
That I might be coming around on.
Uh-oh.
The idea about the value of going to a bowl game because of the practices is so critical.
I've been noticing you lately. It seems like you've been like, I don't even know if that's true.
Think about this for a minute.
Okay.
Especially today.
Thinking.
The idea, though, of course, the theory is that, you go to the bowl game, you get the practices.
I believe that for the record.
The practices aren't for the veterans because the veterans have been playing all season, right?
In theory, yeah.
Yeah.
Unless your roster is very youth-laden.
Youths.
But you've played through an entire season. So if those guys have played a lot of games, the rest actually isn't such a terrible thing. But the concept is, well, you get all those young guys who haven't played much this year a chance to get more reps.
Yeah.
How many of those guys are going to be back on the roster by the time those practices actually turn into something the following September?
Well, with Nebraska, they have not had a whole lot of attrition.
That is true, but
with other schools, it's a fair point.
But they are also an outlier, and I would dare say the law of averages will catch up to schools like Nebraska and others over time. I mean, it's just natural. I mean,
100%.
People can transfer.
Bowl preparation now versus the old days is
You're
way
also
different.
talking about practices that are happening in December. Theoretically, that could help you 9 months later.
Well, no, it's less about practice. It's more just about reps. You get an opportunity. Reps are,
but
reps are the spice of life.
You've gone through an entire season.
Dude.
You've been going nonstop since August, getting reps.
But you get more reps.
But what I'm saying is, I don't know if the practice reps you're getting in December are all. I mean, I think the spring reps are more important. the summer conditioning more important than the reps you're getting in December after you've played a long season of football.
So you think the reps are overrated?
I think they have been oversold to us. Of course they help. Anytime you practice your craft, it helps, right? But if you're looking at the extra bowl practices as needed development time for future seasons, I think it's a law of diminishing returns because they're happening so far distant from when those future games will take place.
But wouldn't you say for a senior at Nebraska who has played all 4 seasons or stayed all 4 seasons, they never get those. They haven't had that stretch in 8 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Over 4 years, that is 60 additional practices. That's a lot of extra reps that they are missing out on.
But also consider that college football is a lot more. This theory made a lot more sense 20 years ago when the college football calendar was a lot more constricted. Now, I mean, guys are moving in right now. They are moving in right now to get in their summer conditioning and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
College football is not quite to the NFL yet, but it's getting there where it's a year-round
OTAs,
thing.
Those types of things.
Now, sure, the practice is a little different in that it's more organized and everyone is there and et cetera, et cetera. But the other part of the bowl practices too is you got a lot of coaches who are out on the road because you're out doing recruiting and things of that nature.
That's definitely true. That's a good point.
So again, I'm not saying that it's completely a waste of time or a waste of effort.
But
I think it has been
meaningless.
I think it has been oversold to us the value of those practices when you're looking at the modern landscape of football, where most of those guys that you're trying to get the extra reps for so that they're ready for next year probably won't even be on your team the next season.
I'd be fascinated to get to talk to a coach off the record and ask him that question and say, like, where is the value in like a pie chart? Where's the value in bowl games? Because I'm guessing a lot of it is just vibes, right?
Yeah.
The vibes are good because you made a bowl game.
Yeah.
But in terms of, I mean, look, you bring up a lot of good points. I think what you hope for is that your school has a lot of players that stick around. But yeah, if Nebraska gets good or they have a lot of attrition and they have a lot of opt-outs, like, yeah, it's fascinating, right? Last time Nebraska made a bowl game, there were like 2 players that sat out bowl season that year, and it was like wild. It was McCaffrey and Leonard Fournette. And it was like, oh my gosh. Nebraska, when they make a bowl game again, whether it's this year or next year or 10 years from now, they'll be doing so in a wildly different era.
Yeah.
Nick, I want to hear your take.
I've got 2. You want both or just one?
Yeah, you can give us both.
So the first one, it's not, I don't know if it's super islandy or it's not very fleshed out, but the committee is dumb. I think they should get rid of the selection committee for the playoffs, and I think the playoffs should be determined in a true best team from each conference type of tournament.
Don't know if that is on an island because, I mean,
right.
The issue is,
so you say
no wild cards.
Yeah.
So just conference champions?
I think it should just
now
be
that's
a conference.
islandy because you got a lot of Grand Brands people out there that hate the idea.
And now there's only 4 conferences.
Right.
4 power.
Which is why I think it shouldn't just be 4 power conference. I think we should bring some of the smaller guys in too.
No, yeah. So you're saying Nick says, well, now the math would be iffy because it's a 9-team playoff.
Right.
But you say no wild cards.
No wild cards.
Okay, yeah, that is definitely an island take because, yeah, people would be pissed about all the other.
But I think it would be a more exciting product, and it gives a chance for other schools to actually rise and see something. You'd see some cool stuff.
Okay.
That's
definitely an islandy.
That's an islandy take.
Then the second one, I'm fine with streaming exclusive games. Like games that are exclusively on Peacock or Paramount and Fox, if they ever decide to crap or get off the pot and have a streaming service or not, I prefer games on Peacock or Paramount.
We talked about with Brian Curtis a couple weeks ago. Like, I grew up in the era of $60 pay-per-view games. Like, I will take a Peacock game. I had to pay $60 to watch Troy. Or my parents had to pay $60 so I could watch Troy.
Well, I mean,
that's horrible. $60.
Yeah.
And it's $6 or whatever it is.
I mean, keep in mind, it's impossible to have every Division I college football team on TV every week. There's not enough windows. There's not enough networks and there's not enough windows. So you're still going to have a lot of games that would be stream only.
Right. Most of them on ESPN Plus are stream. They're also
sure.
By the way, Johnny Pig, who played college football, now this was in a different era, says, I do believe John is talking out of his rear end now.
Oh.
But again, it was a different era when Johnny Pick played.
That's why I'm
now.
saying nowadays, those extra practices may not benefit you much at all, because some of those guys that you're getting the extra, first of all, the veterans, especially the guys who are like, fourth year juniors or third year sophomores. I mean, it's been a long season. Yeah, you still want to obviously practice for the bowl game because it is a game you are preparing for. But how it has been sold to us is, well, those extra practices are good for your overall development.
Yeah.
Well, the way rosters are now turning over more violently than they ever have before, I think some of those practices lose a lot more impact. Now, I would go back to another one of my islandy takes.
Yeah.
Everybody should just play an extra game.
We have had this take for years now. Yeah, everyone should be able to play another game.
Yeah,
it's all pretend.
If you don't make a bowl game, I mean, because listen, bowl games are meaningless.
Bowl games are a construct.
Say that to Sipple in 30 minutes.
They are meaningless in the sense that there's no value for winning them.
No. And again, now in the era of opt-outs, like, it's just so hard for me to view people who think that they're not in today's era of college football more than ever. Like, I feel like we were on a bit of an island when we started saying this 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. But dude, now when you have teams where their quarterbacks, where all the draft picks are saying no, and then a lot of other players are just getting into the portal, it's an entirely different team. It's an entirely different team.
So there are some of the takes that put us on an island.
Bigley says, I'm done paying to watch garbage. I'm with John. I'll just listen to AM radio until I die.
But it's a bunch of garbage for $6.99 a month.
There you go.
Well, you get extra garbage too, like reruns of your favorite TV shows, handful of movies,
wrestling,
exclusive series, SummerSlam.
I think live sports on Peacock, especially popular live sports on Peacock, is a great idea. It's great.
It's also a great idea if it's on NBC.
Mm-hmm. I'm over Fox. There, I said it.
What's wrong with Fox?
Just release a streaming thing. A streaming service like every other place has.
Oh,
just
he wants to buy an OTT. He wants to buy it over the top. Like you can buy Peacock and get all the NBC stuff. He wants that for Fox.
Yes.
Get an antenna. We have a Fox affiliate that has a big signal.
I mean, Nick,
and
it's $20.
It's free. Mm-hmm. And you get all the little sub channels. I don't even know what Fox 42 sub channels are.
Oh, who knows? They used to be fun. They used to have a music video channel.
There you go. You might find a
anymore.
Music video channel. You might be able to pull in Iowa Public TV with your new aerial.
I do like IPTV.
I bet they do in Iowa too.
By the way, when we return, not a sports flash, but some NBA coaching news that I will turn into something else so we can make fun of something. We're going to make fun of something. You'll ultimately like this.
Okay.
I think, maybe, can't.
Probably not.
Probably not. And we still have wooden bats and rubber hats.
1620 the zone.
You get a lot of junk in your inbox. This one, not junk at all. 1620 the email. Exclusive content, contests, other stuff probably. Subscribe today at 1620thezone.com. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Still a chance of a shower, maybe an isolated thunder shower into early evening, but no widespread severe weather. Otherwise, partly cloudy later tonight. Lows drop back into the mid-50s. Mostly sunny, breezy, and warm for Wednesday with highs in the mid-80s. I am Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, got a report of some police activity on northbound 50th at Grover. Police are directing traffic to alternate routes, so avoid 50th in Grover. Otherwise, delays on westbound I-80 starting at about 42nd going to 72nd. Delays on westbound West Center Road at 168th. Same goes on the northbound North Freeway at Ames. And then a slight delay on Dodge for both directions around 72nd. Also, if you're west on Dodge, slow going from 108th to 120th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Mario Street Tacos or steak and chorizo queso blanco enchiladas can only be found in one place. Fernando's. Great Mexican food, awesome margaritas, and a wonderful family atmosphere. Fernando's, Omaha's favorite Mexican for more than 30 years.
There is only one constant in the universe, and that's change.
Brent Rasmussen of Mortgage Specialists.
I'm sure many of you remember the incredibly low interest rates that were available only a few years ago. Well, things changed. Now rates are higher. But would you believe me if I told you there was a time when people were paying double-digit rates? And that's the thing. Everything changes. Rates go up, rates go down. So if you're waiting for the perfect time when rates drop before you buy a home, you might miss out on the home you really want. So when you think about it, what's a thing today might not be a thing tomorrow. See? Change is good. I'm Brent Rasmussen. Call me at Mortgage Specialists, and we can show you all the details. Mortgage Specialists. Driven, trusted, reliable.
Click mtg-specialists.com. NMLS number 5918, Equal Housing Lender.
Summer is here, Father's Day is around the corner, and there is no better place to get dad outfitted than Lindley Clothing. Or yourself. Guys, Lindley Clothing has been outfitting us men for over 88 years. And now with summer here, shorts, polos, short sleeve shirts, golf attire, they've got it all at Lindley Clothing. They're a staple in Omaha. They could be a staple in your wardrobe with the top-notch brands from Jack Victor all the way to Peter Millar. Sportswear to tailored clothing, Lindley Clothing has you covered top to bottom. Shop now at their location, 132nd and West Dodge in the Linden Market. It's Lindley Clothing.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
Part of it is that he is just so wrong.
Of 1620, The Zone.
Wooden bats and rubber hats in just a moment, but first.
All right, so Shams Charania, you know him as the younger Woj.
Oh, and his stuff isn't quite as dated.
Well, no, it's not. He tweeted out 10 minutes ago, and whenever you see this type of vernacular, it means it's basically done, right? The Los Angeles Lakers are zeroing in on J.J. Redick as the front runner for the franchise's next head coach, league and industry sources say. A developing story at The Athletic, and then he links the story.
Strings attached to the puppet master, LeBron James.
Yeah, people forget they host a podcast together. So that's the first part of the story, which, I mean, if we were more of an NBA radio show, we'd probably talk about, like, isn't this weird? Like, the guy...
Hey, isn't this weird?
He's barely a former player. You know, he's barely been out of the league. He's a podcaster. Yeah. And yeah,
tell me that NBA coaches don't matter by telling me that NBA coaches don't matter.
Bingo. So, like, we could take that angle, and sure enough, we could talk about it for a while. But the part that I want to focus on is something that Jimmy Traina brought up, and he is of Sports Illustrated, hosts a podcast that comes out on Thursdays. And he tweeted out a few minutes ago, reminder, ESPN said that they fired Jeff Van Gundy as its lead NBA analyst because the network thought he wanted to get back into coaching, even though ESPN fired him because he criticized the refs. But what he said at first, that's what ESPN said. That was their party line. We were worried that this guy was going to go back into coaching, even though he had been their lead analyst for close to 2 decades. And then, John, who did they hire? Doc Rivers. What happened with Doc Rivers?
He got back into coaching.
He's coaching the Bucks
mid-season.
And so then what did they do? J.J. Redick. And now what's J.J. Redick going to do? They blew up. And look, I was not a Mark Jackson fan. I liked it when it was just Breen and Van Gundy. But they blew up that group that had been together outside of when Mark Jackson was coaching. They blew it up for a crew right now. I don't know how much you've watched ESPN games with the volume on. Dude, the chemistry for that crew is lacking.
Yeah.
It is atrocious.
It's
so
not good.
maybe this will end up being a positive for him.
Probably not, because ESPN's doing the hiring, and as we found out, I mean, they had to steal Joe Buck and Troy Aikman to make their Monday night product watchable.
Yeah.
They are a bad network when it comes to developing play-by-play announcers. For a network that relies heavily on play-by-play for the biggest sports in America, they got all of them.
Yeah, they do. The best
They are terrible.
The best announcers
at
that they
developing
have
announcers.
are the ones that have been around for a long time.
Bingo.
The ones that new analysts or new play-by-play voices that have come on the scene and done well. I know mileage will vary with people, but I think RG3 is fun in the college football booth because he's never on the biggest game and he wants to goof around. And I think he breaks down the game well. He would probably be the newest of the good announcers. But if you're trying to find, all right, who's the best college football crews? You're talking about a lot of the guys who have been around forever.
Mm-hmm.
NFL, you just said your piece. Mike Breen's a great announcer. He's been calling NBA games for 3-4 decades, whatever it is, going all the way back to the NBC days. Like, they haven't had like a young broadcaster come in and call games and do a great job in forever.
They get all of these ex-jocks to come in and be on the chit-chat shows, but they can't analyze games.
Yeah.
You're telling me all these people they brought in to do the chit-chat shows, and they can't find somebody that they can sit down next to a veteran like Mike Breen and say, hey, here's a next great team. And the idea that they fired Jeff Van Gundy because they were afraid he was going to leave. Imagine if back in like 1984, CBS would have said, well, we just had to let John Madden go because we were afraid he was going to end up taking another coaching gig.
Yeah.
They would have never done that. They would have said, we're going to try to hold on to this dude for as long as we can. And if he leaves for coaching, so be it. But we ain't letting him go just because we're afraid he might take another job.
Yeah, get out of here.
Stop.
Yeah, we all know it's because he was criticizing the refs and he was always bitching about them.
And that's a good thing, America.
Yeah.
Baseball's almost too fun. You want it's like ice cream. You can eat it every day.
Baseball.
College baseball.
Wooden bats and rubber bats. All right, John, it's the final one of these of the season, and it is the final one of the season, Nick.
Allegedly.
Time to give me a shout out. This week's segment is about me and how much ass I've whooped all year long on this segment. It's time to take a look, John, at the scorecard of teams that I have talked about that are still moseying their way on into Omaha, Nebraska.
You talked about both Creighton and Nebraska. That was a big old swing and a miss.
John, it's been quite the year.
Like baseball.
It's been quite the year for bats and hats. One thing that I wanted to do was shine the light on the little guy. Maybe talk about teams that, we don't always focus on. It's why, you'll see what I talked about. Talked about Florida on February 20th. Now, I did say that they sucked, so that was an L for me. I talked about Indiana State, and I said that they were a College World Series dark horse.
Well, they're not going to the College
All
World
right.
Series.
I pointed out that Nebraska was playing better, and they did play better. I didn't guarantee anything with them. Remember Duke in mid-March? They were okay this year.
And they also
they got beat by
underachieved.
Ryder that same day.
How about Stetson? What happened with Stetson? I forgot to look them up today. John will look up Stetson.
They quit baseball and went into the cologne business.
Speaking of quitting, I did talk about Creighton baseball at the end of March, and, well, now they only have one more year left of their head coach. Meanwhile, though, April showed up. The days, the sunlight was getting longer. The temperatures was getting warmer.
Temperatures
were getting warmer. I was about to run my PR in the marathon.
Was getting warmer.
All right, you ready for this?
Yeah.
The studio's getting warmer.
April the 2nd, North Carolina. Oh, they're pretty good, aren't they, folks? A week later, Kentucky. They're pretty good, aren't they, folks? Oregon. And Oregon after that. Not to mention, I called my shot with UMass. Nailed that one too, John. Tough look for you.
It's my team.
The calendar rolled on into May. I guaranteed that Vanderbilt wouldn't make it to Omaha. Right again. Boom roasted. And on May 14th, not even a month ago, do you know what team I said to keep an eye on as the season came to a close? North Carolina State, John. Then Nick piggybacked off of my take, and I also said that UMass was a tire fire. So shout out Nick for being right on that, but I was there first. And then finally, last week, I picked Tennessee to win it all.
0-30.
And wouldn't you know about it, Tennessee still in the mix. Hard to wonder if this is not the greatest baseball segment of all time, because I am Baseball Moses, bringing down the tablets of takes, correct takes, that is.
By the way, Stetson did go to the tournament. They got eliminated by UCF last weekend.
Fine. Heed my warnings. It's baseball in America.
wood bats and rubber hats.
Thoughts, John?
Damn shame that this is ending. I mean, we could have blessed us with another segment next week.
What does lemonaded mean?
Eliminated?
Oh, it sounded like he said they were lemonaded.
Yeah, it's when you get mixed in with some water and sugar and you get turned into a nice summer drink.
Nice.
Wade says, Moses, what did Josh part? The bad takes. I got the bad takes out of the way, and then I brought the good takes.
I still think parting the Red Sea is the more impressive thing than bringing some stones down from a mountain.
That's not what I said. I just said he's known more for the 10 Commandments. We talk about the commandments all the time, Nick.
I always talk about parting the Red Sea.
No, you don't. You've never brought it up with me in any conversation.
But it's usually with Wrigley. I'm out, Wrigley. Man, it sure would be nice if we could part the Red Sea of this field so that I could get through it cleaner. And
I mean, that would be nice.
You
say that to your
field.
Yeah, that's a lot of words. It's a bit wordy, John.
It's very wordy. Well, we have long conversations, me and Riggs.
Look at all those teams that I said were good and are still here. Man, I am impressive.
Well,
I miss you, Mess.
Ahead of Steve Sipple, who is at a satellite camp. 6 years ago, he would have been triggering some folks with that.
He'd have been triggering himself.
Yes, he would have. That's true.
Like Riley liked.
That's true. Josh has something about recruiting.
I do. I think it's interesting.
Well, we're going to find out together next on 1620 The Zone.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com.
Hey kids, what are you getting your ever-loving dad for Father's Day?
I know, a motorized monster truck. How about the new Taylor Swift album? You would love it.
Yeah, I'm sure. How about something from Osted's Golf? Name brand apparel up to 50% off. Strixon balls at crazy deals. And Dad's always love an Osted's gift card.
You have been putting a lot of balls in the water.
Not after my custom fitting. I'm smashing everything.
You're good at that with a monster truck. Shop Osted's Golf for Father's Day.
The Osted family would really appreciate it.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Smith for Ted and Wally's Premium Ice Cream. 2 locations in the old market right off of Jackson Street and also in Benson right next to Taste of New Orleans. You know, one of the toughest things about the summer is trying to figure out what you're going to do with the kids, right? You got to fill some time. It's a great time to go visit either one of the Ted and Wally's locations. Your kids are going to love getting some ice cream. You're going to love getting out of the house. It is a win-win for both of you. So whether you're going downtown and checking out the old market and getting you some ice cream or going to Benson and getting some Taste of New Orleans, stop by and tell them Severe sent you.
For the second year, the Nebraska Lottery's NASCAR Powerball Playoff promotion has roared into our state, and the excitement is throttling up. Until June 24th, buy a Powerball ticket with Power Play and Double Play. Enter the voucher number, and you could be one of 15 Nebraska winners of $1,000 and the chance to win a VIP trip to the NASCAR Cup Series Championship weekend, plus a shot at $1 million. Enter today. Powerball top prize odds 1 in 292 million.
News Talk 1290 Coil is your radio home for Omaha Storm Chasers baseball, proud AAA affiliate of the Kansas City Royals. Tune in to hear every pitch, every hit, and every out as the Chasers play at Warner Park and across the International League in 2024. With the voice of the Omaha Storm Chasers, Nick Batters, on News Talk 1290 Coil.
Tune in to 1290 Coil all season long for your Omaha Storm Chasers baseball as they take on the International League. It's Storm Chasers baseball on 1290 Coil.
Is your concrete cracked or uneven? Hey everyone, Coach Greg McDermott here to explain why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. Many people think they need to replace broken concrete, but repairing it provides durable protection and comes at a fraction of the cost. Everlevel provides permanent repair solutions to fix your concrete and protect it against future damage, and it all comes with a long-term transferable warranty. They offer free inspections to walk you through the entire process. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today.
You go into your shower feeling, but as soon as you reach for the Irish Spring, your day immediately gets better. That crisp, fresh, unmistakable Irish Spring scent zings your brain and awakens your senses. So when you finally emerge from the shower, 37 minutes later, because you pay the water bill so you can stay in there as long as you want, you're ready to take on the day and smell great doing it. Irish Spring Body Wash and Bar Soap. Fresh, green, Irish. Shop now at Walmart.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
We were just saying off the air as we were coming back, there is nothing more important in college football than the lifeblood that is recruiting.
That's true.
It's so vital.
You can't have a team without it.
It's bingo. It's not about the X's and O's. It's about the Jimmies and Joes.
And the bros.
So that leads to this question, John.
Question.
You and I, I'm going to give you a hypothesis.
Panthers.
No, you and I got to do a better job, apparently, at enunciating so Nick doesn't think about eliminated and...
How about me and you?
No, that's
like in the
wrong.
Song. Me and you and
you and me. But we have been on the air together for many, many years, and the discourse that has surrounded Husker football and in particular Husker recruiting, well, we used to talk about it a whole lot more. We don't talk about it as much anymore.
No.
And so that leads to this hypothesis. The discourse surrounding Husker recruiting has not been this healthy in the modern internet recruiting era. Now, could some of this be that I just don't talk about it as much as I used to?
Have they been purging the unmentionables and the undesirables from the scrolls?
I mean, I don't know about purging. We could ask Sipple when he joins us in a few minutes.
I mean, is Sip basically just going in there and just deleting accounts from all of these poison pens?
John, these are
these
listeners
keyboard warriors
of the show. I
these
appreciate
biffs in the basement.
Thank you for listening to our show. If you're a message board poster, I am of message boards. I came from the message board. So
you know who you are.
I appreciate you. I read the Bill Simmons subreddit every day. But anyway, 3-prong question for you. Am I right? If so, why am I right? / what's different now versus the past? And then 3 would be, is this sustainable? Because, to go back to how I started it, is this just us or me or you living in a bubble where recruiting just doesn't seem to capture the imagination like it once did? Because you will remember, even in the Bo era, and they were what they were in recruiting. They didn't embrace it. I don't think like coaches who have followed them. There was a lot of toxicity about that, where there was debating and there were sides. You have to recruit better. No, it's about development. And that was a clash. Riley then came in, and I think that was turned up quite a few notches for the obvious reasons, but that was going the other way. I think it started disappearing a little bit in Frost. I remember the COVID class happening, and there were really not a whole lot of opinions. That was one of the first times that I really noticed, wow, I wonder if this is kind of losing the imagination of fans that it once had. And I would say now, with Rule, it's just entirely different. And people just don't seem to be as into it as they once were, which, again, maybe lowers the toxicity.
Well, there's layers, a lot of layers to this. I think Matt Rule is still in a somewhat of a honeymoon period. Certainly his recruiting methodology fits a Nebraska, use this word a lot today, populist opinion about going out, finding diamonds in the rough, developing players. Certainly they're going from Scotts Bluff to Omaha as far as their recruiting efforts in state have been far superior to anything we've seen in quite some time. So I think a lot of the angst that you get, because we tend to fall in two boats when it comes to recruiting. You're not focused on the local kids enough, or we need to go get the 5 stars. And maybe enough time has passed now where, folks around here realize, we're not Georgia, we're not Ohio State. We're not going to go out and get a lot of those 5 stars. So some of that desire, or at least the conversation around that, has lessened to some degree. Certainly it helps that the most high profile position you did get a 5 star. So that has certainly helped. And it's not like, Nebraska's recruiting rankings have been what they've been. They've basically been a 20th place recruiter, sometimes a little bit better, sometimes a little bit worse, but basically from 15 to 25, you'll find Nebraska's name. And I think enough people have now realized, it might be more than just the recruiting. It might be about actually taking those players and doing something with them, because Nebraska's been getting anything but 15th to 25th place results
for years.
So I think I think that's factored into it. And that naturally the transfer portal. Now you have a free agent market. If you missed on a spot, I mean, imagine if 10 years ago, right? 12, 13 years ago. When Nebraska was
in the heart of the Bo
was
era?
supposed to be capitalizing on the Ndamukong Suh era and then missed spectacularly on a lot of defensive linemen. Imagine if Nebraska, now I know defensive linemen are one of the most sought after position groups in the portal, but imagine if Bo could have at least made up for some of those losses in recruiting that position by going out and getting a couple of guys off the free agent wire and then doing his usual magic, coaching them up at that position. They might have been better off. And so I think the portal has lessened a little bit of the conversation around recruiting. Again, recruiting is still important, but the transfer portal has at least given you the opportunity to fill some gaps where you have fallen short.
Yeah, a few responses. Michael says, plus in the portal era, fans probably don't get as attached to recruiting classes, figuring some will leave and can find
And
guys
that's another
elsewhere.
great point. And, oh, by the way, even before the portal, we talked about it in Hits, Misses, and Guys. All of the dudes that Nebraska, they recruited, they were some of the highest ranked players in their class, and a year later they were gone.
Yeah.
This was pre-transfer portal. Nebraska wasn't able to hold on to some of these guys because of a variety of different reasons. So I think all of that factors into we just can't, this isn't 2005 and we're like, oh man, we got Sue. Oh man, we got, what's his name? The other running back that wasn't Marlon Lucky.
Leon
Jackson.
Yeah.
I used to know all of these
Franz
guys.
Hardy.
Oh man, we got the dude whose dad spends all his time on the message boards. The Rourkes.
Yeah, I was going to say the Rourkes. Max says,
it's a different day.
It is. Max says, for me, it has everything to do with the fact that paying attention to recruiting is more exhausting now than ever and has become meaningless due to decommitments and transfer portal activity. Anyone goes anywhere whenever they want. Who knows? How am I supposed to follow that anymore? So Mark says, Harrison Beck. Yeah, who could forget about Harrison Beck?
Of course. So Harry Beck.
This guy's last name was it Peck. So is the lesson in all of this that it's not that it's less toxic. It's just people don't care as much as they used to or pay attention?
No, I think they're just it's all of those different things, right?
Yeah.
Now I guarantee you if things don't start turning around here and the Matt Rule's philosophy of recruiting isn't working, then yes, the hot takes will come back. It's all going to come back to how you perform on the field. So I think right now we're in yes, there are certainly some trends that have been coming for a long, long time and aren't going to change anytime soon. But we're also, I think, in a lull period where we're waiting to see if Rule's methodology works. We're waiting to see some results because he is a self-proclaimed developmental program. We're only in year 2 of the development.
I was just kind of bouncing off something you said where it's harder to keep track of recruiting now because of the portal situation, the NIL, so it's hard for it to be more meaningful. But has it ever necessarily been meaningful? Have recruiting conversations ever really been productive?
I mean, I think it was always an interesting debate, and everyone who has an opinion, they feel like their opinion is the right one. I always thought that my opinion was the right one. They're like, yeah, you need to be a better recruiter. So I think so. I mean, part of it was, and John brought this up a few minutes ago, and he was spot on. Them taking as big of a step back as they did, it's not that it rendered the questions useless. It rendered the debates useless because, there was a comment a couple of moments ago, from Max. He says, it's a great point, John. I'd imagine if we were consistently 20th in the country at the end of the season, we would all be really on an even bigger recruiting success to really get to that next level. Bo Pelini's teams were good, and it was always like, man, imagine if they gave a crap about recruiting, And so, it was an interesting debate. Whereas, again, it's been rendered useless because they're still a top 20 to 25 recruiter, and yet the success on the field has been non-existent. to the point where it's pointless to say they need to recruit better. Yeah, sure. That's not the problem, though. We're talking about a different problem right now. My basement is flooding. My basement is flooding. And it's like, yeah, we got to fix those windows on the third floor. That doesn't have anything to do with the basement. My basement is flooding. And that's kind of the situation right now.
Yeah, and the other part of it, too, and we didn't even mention the NIL component, NIL has now changed the game in the standpoint of you can have everything else. You can have the right coach. You can have the right relationship. You can have the right facilities. You can have the right fan base. You can have the right, college experience, all that stuff. But in the end of the day, you could still lose out because another team outbid you.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's easier almost to excuse away, well, we didn't have a chance at that guy because that school was going to pay more money. And so maybe some of the venom or the bile in the conversation has shifted a little bit from just the raw recruiting side to now, are we doing enough with NIL? Because that's where some of the fireworks on the message boards and places like that are happening are, well, but we can't trust that Davison guy, or, this group's not doing enough, or they're spending too much with this sport. They should be spending more with football and those types of conversations. So I think,
that's an excellent point.
So I think the playground, instead of playing on the monkey bars over here, now we're over on the swing set. We're still in the playground of recruiting,
but it's different.
But we've shifted the attention and the conversation a little bit elsewhere, and that's the NIL component of this.
That's a really good analogy.
Speaking of shifting.
Oh, no.
What?
You haven't... Oh, you
John
don't know.
hasn't seen the group DM.
John,
What?
you don't know.
What?
Oh, this is sad.
Mr. Emperor has no clothes is canceled on us again.
He's probably buying clothes.
Mm-hmm.
How many more sweaty high school sophomores can you talk to at a satellite camp? Don't you want to take a break?
To be fair, he's not canceling. He offered to reschedule
Yeah,
for
he
a
said-
very specific day.
He said Friday would work.
Fine.
Wow. So it's just you and me.
What could he possibly be doing at 4:50 down in Texas at a satellite
There's
camp?
Applebee's in Texas too, John.
Well, and they're open late.
If you read the group DM, you would actually see he mentions what he's doing. Also, Nick says perf.
Are you gonna make me feel bad now?
No. He's talking to somebody. But Nick says,
oh yeah, he's talking to us. He's talking to a sweaty high school kid.
oh, would you stop it, you jerk?
Sad.
Nick says perf.
Only sometimes, not always.
Perf.
I can do it with sip. I can perf with sip. I don't perf with everyone.
What? He can't talk to McGuire at another time? You freaking guy coaches here.
Yeah, well,
he had to go all the way to Texas to talk to the wide receivers coach.
Yelled him on Friday.
I am going to yell at him on Friday.
Perfect. But now you get to yell at Nick and I a little bit more.
Yeah, I wasn't here yesterday. Yell at me for something.
Extra yelling.
Now it's going to feel so empty that, I had all these great questions about how the Emperor has no clothes. And now, it's going to be 4 days later and he'll be back at home and he'll have his clothes.
He'll have
with
clothes.
him.
That's a great point.
And the jokes will kind of been worn out by then.
It's a great point, John.
Thanks a lot, Sip.
All right, when we return, NBA Finals preview 2024.
Why are we previewing something that's not going to happen for another month and a half?
For 2 days.
Preview college football, don't we, John?
Nick, thank you. Why? I don't understand why people do this with the NBA, and yet we preview the Super Bowl on a Friday. What's the difference, John? That's 2 days away. We preview the upcoming college football season in June.
It's the Super Bowl.
We're talking about the UTEP game, and it's June 4th. Who's the idiot now, John?
All right,
you are.
I've got a compromise.
Does anyone around here not named Joey give a crap about the Celtics?
Well, I like rooting against them.
Yeah, you're pro Dallas. You're pro that Dallas team doing really well.
Yeah.
So then the Mavericks can also win another
I mean,
championship.
I
want the
forgot
Celtics
who
to
are on
lose.
these teams. It's been so long since they've played.
Oh,
I don't even know who plays for these guys anymore.
Would you stop it? You are
Is that guy?
a
Is that
monster.
guy with that little drop fade shot from the mid range? Is he still playing for the Mavericks?
Drop fade shot. From
Yeah,
the mid-range?
no Watts.
Eins, zwei, drei.
Nick Nowatzki or whatever his name
It's
is. He's
just
still
counting.
He's still
Nick.
playing.
No, you're thinking of the concussion guy.
Is
Not that concussion.
Is Dennis Johnson still playing for the Boston Celtics?
DJ lays it in. I can
Is
name.
KC Jones still coaching?
I can name every NBA champion going back to 1980. We could do that next segment.
Can I make an admission?
Wow, in place of Sip, we're going to get Josh being, the idiot savant who,
I just
can
gotta
name all the presidents backwards.
Look at this tweet on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed from a guy named Kevin. Looking forward to the finals breakdown. See? People in Omaha love the NBA.
I think that was sarcasm.
No, it wasn't. Why would anyone be sarcastic?
Also, to tell you the truth, I was getting the Mavs and the Spurs mixed up until very recently. I forgot they were two different teams.
Yeah, Wembanyama plays for the Spurs, Nick.
Yeah, Wembanyama.
He's going to be he's a freak. He's like 7'100", and he has alien arms.
7'100".
He's a tall man, John.
Remember when Doug played for the Spurs?
I do.
I do remember that.
I do like seeing Wemby palm a ball.
Yes, in his arms.
It's insane. It looks like a baseball.
I can't believe you like basketball, but you don't like the NBA. It makes no sense. Makes no sense.
I don't hate the NBA. I don't have time for it.
I think Wemby's related
and
to the
now,
Giants.
Neither do I.
And now that they don't have time for me.
No, you guys still have time, John. You get to watch before the College World Series starts. There are 3 games: Thursday, Sunday, Wednesday. 3 games.
Squeeze play, squeeze play, squeeze play.
Is there baseball on Thursday?
Well, Friday.
No,
Also,
Wednesday next week, though.
Hot D is about to start. You think we have time for basketball?
Nick, thank you. We talked about that yesterday. John has to do his research. John says he's going to rewatch season 1 before season 2, which means John's not going to watch season 2 with us. So stupid.
It's Hot D.
Again,
go to the Wikipedia page.
Why couldn't they have done it in July?
Watch the recap at the beginning of the season. They're going to have a recap.
Yep, that's what I'm going to do.
I don't like the recaps. Don't do a good enough job of recap.
I like the show. I don't like it enough to rewatch season 1 though before season 2.
I've thought about wanting to do a rewatch, but I haven't got.
I don't have the time.
Busy.
I'm busy. I have the NBA
We got
finals
plenty of
to
time.
watch.
There's no NBA finals happening
For 2 more days. I got interviews to do.
Also, all the time you spent prepping for SIP, you could have been watching.
That's true. It's a great point.
Thanks a lot, Sip. Jerk. 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, no wrecks to avoid this afternoon. We do have reports of delays on westbound I-80, starting at 42nd going to 72nd. If you're east on I-80, delays go from 680 to about 84th. Delays on northbound 204th at West Center, and then delays on Dodge for both directions around 72nd. And if you're west on Dodge, you're going to see the usual delays from 680 to about 114th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Spring, it's the reward for surviving another winter. Fernando's, it's the reward for any day that ends in Y. Great Mexican food, awesome margaritas, and a wonderful family atmosphere. Fernando's, Omaha's favorite Mexican for more than 30 years.
When it comes to protecting your home, Jay Stennett Contracting takes pride in ensuring every detail is handled. Roofing, siding, gutters. When it comes to the exterior of your home, Jay Stennett Contracting has you covered. Water, wind, and hail can wreak havoc on the exterior of your home. If your home is damaged, let Jay Stennett Contracting come out for a no-obligation inspection. If repairs are needed, they will help you through every step of the process. When you need an honest assessment, Jay Stennett Contracting has you covered. JSCRestoration.com.
Attention baseball fans, are you ready for the ultimate college baseball championship experience this summer? Tickets for Less is giving you the chance to win big with their CWS VIP contest. One lucky winner, you're going to score 2 tickets to Game 4 of the CWS on Saturday, June 5th at 6 p.m. Plus, you'll get 2 all-inclusive VIP tailgate passes and a parking pass. Don't miss the shot at an unforgettable game day experience. Enter now at ticketsforless.com/contest for your chance to win the ultimate prize. That's ticketsforless.com/contest. The winner will be announced once the field is set for the series.
It's going to be another sizzling hot summer. Stay cool with 35% off new Champion windows. Don't burn your money on high energy bills. Get new energy efficient windows from Champion. 35% off. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. The more you buy, the more you save. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way. And it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Plus, we're giving away the chance to win a $50,000 home makeover. Enter online today. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding. Now 35% off. Don't wait. This sale won't last long. 35% off windows, sunrooms, and siding. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. All discounts apply to our regular prices. Select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
When it comes to concrete repair, Everlevel has some serious game. Coach Greg McDermott here to coach you on why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. They've got the fundamentals to fix your cracked and uneven concrete, and their products will give you the best defense against future damage. It's a fraction of the price compared to replacement, and their solutions come with a long-term transferable warranty. Working with Everlevel is a slam dunk. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today for your free inspection.
Let's go on a fishing trip you will be talking about for years. The best walleye fishing trip ever. Join me, Crash Davis. We're going to travel to the walleye capital of the world, September 15th through the 19th aboard a deluxe motor coach. Travel with me to Ballard's Resort on Lake of the Woods. Pricing includes round-trip motor coach transportation, 4 nights lodging, 3 days of fully guided walleye fishing, and all of our meals. Go fishing with me, Crash. Your best trip ever. Sign up at ballardsresort.com. ballardsresort.com. And set the hook.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. From your mom.
Happy hour is on the air! What the hell?
He keeps canceling on us.
Oh, that doesn't warrant a sad happy hour.
You didn't want to talk to Sipple today?
I mean,
you don't like hearing his voice every week?
I love hearing his voice.
Whoa. Do you want something
Oh, are we flashing?
that... No, it's not a sports flash, and technically it could wait until what's for dinner. But according to Beverage Digest...
You do that to beverages.
Beverage Digest.
Right?
You're not wrong, yeah.
We all know that Coca-Cola is the number one seller.
Oh, I know what this is.
In America.
I don't know what this is.
Right?
Yes.
So if Coke is number one, who do you think is number two?
Yeah, Josh, who do you think is number two?
Diet Coke?
No.
Oh, you're talking about like brands?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, well, I mean...
If Coke is number one.
Pepsi would be number two.
My brand.
You would have been right.
I know, yeah. So that's
until today.
Who took over the spot?
I will give you 3 guesses.
Ooh,
I don't know if you'll get it.
What am I guessing?
I think
Who's
he'll
number
get it.
2?
Oh, you have to get this.
I do?
Yeah.
Number 2. Who's number 2 behind Coke? It's not Diet Coke. We are
Is it
mentioning
Dr. Pepper?
What, very good.
Okay,
Yes.
that's the only other brand
I can't believe that.
I knew he was. I loved it. Dr. Pepper's great.
I can't believe that.
You know what it is? It's people my age. We've been drinking hella Dr.
Last
Pepper.
time I said that it was Gen
What's
Z,
hella
John,
Dr. Pepper?
John got all triggered earlier, Nick, so don't keep giving Gen Z too much credit for things.
No, it's my gen. It's elder Gen Z, younger millennials.
But I was told,
memeing Dr. Pepper.
I was told that Dr. Pepper is an old person drink because it tastes like cough syrup.
Dr. Pepper
The
is
hell it does.
Trash.
You're trash.
I have loved Dr. Pepper since I was a little kid.
Dr. Pepper's the best.
I just
DP
don't have
is
it.
what some people call it.
But you know what?
DP.
But
That's
ever
what they call it
since
in Texas.
we've been calling it DP
Get it?
forever.
It's like that website.
Now here's a hot take for you. Here's a hot take for you.
Are you on an
Because
island?
I have.
Yeah,
I probably am to a degree.
John's going to be the Norman Rockwell.
When I was a little kid, you know, I loved Coke and I loved Dr. Pepper.
I have my Pepsi.
But since I've switched to the diet drinks,
a lot of people like Coke.
not
like
a fan of Diet Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
So my Dr. Pepper overall consumption has gone
way down.
Oh, have you had cherry Dr. Pepper?
Way down.
See, but I don't drink the
see, that's
I
what-
don't drink the full calorie.
You young freaks in your weird flavors.
Cherry Dr. Pepper. I'm not kidding. About a week ago, I tried to find cherry Dr. Pepper. No gas stations in the area had they had every other flavor of Dr. Pepper except for cherry.
Probably
it was
for-
out of stock.
for the best.
Also, there's this thing that some people do. I haven't tried it.
Oh, what do they do? What do they put in there? A candle?
Well, no, there's the pickle Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, we know
thing,
about that.
which we need to try. People heat up Dr. Pepper. They like to drink warm Dr. Pepper.
I hate the internet.
Oh, who are these monsters?
I used to
wouldn't do
say
that.
the internet is good. I now think the internet is bad. I'm out on the internet, except for Strava. I want to keep Strava and my podcast.
What the hell is a Strava?
It's Josh's running app.
It's not my running app, Nick. It's the world's.
You
running.
sure that's not your sleep number app because it puts you to sleep?
No, I wish. Though my training is up, and so I'm going to sleep better moving forward.
Strava's
Thank
cool.
God.
It kind of tracks people's routes. There's a guy who did an ultra marathon, but only in the cul-de-sac of his neighborhood.
Yeah, those people are psychos. But yeah, it's good, John.
Cool. Anyway.
Yeah.
Like Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, so I haven't had much Dr. Pepper. I've always liked Dr. Pepper. Does the cherry Dr. Pepper taste like Mr. Pibb? Because Mr. Pibb.
It does
is
taste a little pibby.
Because it's supposed to be spiced cherry
Pib me,
soda.
Daddy.
Because
that's what Mr. Pibb
Pibb
is.
Extra doesn't taste like Mr. Pibb. There's a slight difference between an extra and Mr. But Mr. doesn't exist anymore.
David says John is on Epstein Island.
Whoa.
Wow, John. Is this because he's on such an island with this take?
What island?
Epstein Island, apparently. You don't want to be on that island.
What for my? I don't like.
I don't know
Dr.
which
Pepper?
take of yours
I don't
brought
think
about
that's
that text.
worth an Epstein Island thing.
Well,
Dr. Pepper's delicious.
Just read the takes that come in.
I just don't like the diet Dr. Pepper.
KD says Coke and Dr. Pepper are my guilty pleasures, by far the best pops around. And yes, it's pops.
Or soda.
I'm okay with calling it soda.
I am too.
A soft drink.
I don't call it a soft drink because that's just.
Get it? Because it's not a hard drink.
Nice.
Yes.
That's
Also,
liquor.
I think that Dr. Pepper pairs extremely well with barbecue. Like if you're going to have a soda with barbecue, Dr. Pepper.
Michael says, not
Never thought
severe.
of that.
Only good thing about going to Nebraska versus Baylor games in Waco was visiting the Dr. Pepper Museum. Had Dr. Pepper on draft, and it was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm a fan of Dr. Pepper. I'm just surprised. Man, has Pepsi fallen that far?
Why do people? So wait, real quick. This is the whole brand, right? This is not like Mountain Dew.
No. This is the no. This
So
is,
like Sprite could have been number
Yes.
2. Okay, interesting. Well, I'm surprised that Pepsi was number 2. Pepsi is horrible.
I had Pepsi the other day.
right, but I mean, let's face it, it's
Yeah.
very popular.
Yeah,
It's
for
either
sure.
Coke or Pepsi for a lot of people.
Chance writes, warm Dr. Pepper is a marketing scheme from the 60s. It's not an
Oh.
actual trend.
It's a Mad
currently.
Men.
I've never heard of that.
Warm Dr. Pepper.
And Google it.
Never
It's
heard of
a
that.
thing people do.
Kenneth says, no, that's
Oh,
Mountain Dew.
Yeah, they're doo all right.
Kenneth says, great take, Nick. 23 bold flavors before adding Pepsi is doo-doo. Yeah, I hate Pepsi. I think it's gross. You know what is not gross, though? 1620 the email. And you can subscribe today at 1620thezone.com. John, we got a great 1620 the email
Yeah.
a little over an hour ago. The headline was, in all caps, UTEP doesn't matter. Shout out Connor Happer for this great content.
Okay.
today. Yeah. Subscribe today at 1620thezone.com.
I guess I will.
Mm.
Well, in the lieu of no Sip, Sip will join us apparently on Friday.
Oh, yeah. I got a
Speaking of
text about
doo-doo.
that, by the way, from Michael Severe. Said, I do love when a person gets very upset about a person coming on as a free guest having to reschedule.
Michael, shut up. I got no problem if someone cancels. It's just, it happens like 15 minutes before you're supposed to go on. And it's not because of it's an emergency. He's interviewing a wide receivers coach. The guy he could interview here in Lincoln.
Don't you miss Monday, Sip? That guy was always on time.
Yeah, he was. He was on time and on target.
Mhm.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this?
Yes.
The 3-game mini plan is back, folks. Yes, the days of Nebraska just automatically selling out all the games, that's been gone for a long, long time now.
We canceled it years ago.
Never used to have these types of things when I was growing up because the tickets were already accounted for.
There
But
you go.
you can pick 3 games for $170.
Wow.
Do the math on that, Josh. That's about what?
It's a little under $60 per game. It is $57.66 per game, I believe.
$57.66 per game. And here's your pick 3. So you get a choice of the worthless UTEP game, according to Connor Happer, or the very valuable Northern Iowa game.
Go Panthers.
According to Nick.
Uh-huh.
So that's one of the It's one of the options.
Okay.
And the next pick, Illinois Friday night football.
Friday night is a great night for football.
Or the Rutgers,
which is a homecoming game.
That's an interesting one because
do you want to go to a Friday night game?
Going back to the first option, you either got the opening game or the third game.
Yeah, you have a 2:30 game or a night game.
And the UTEP game, while totally meaningless according to Connor Happer, is on Labor Day weekend. So,
yeah,
you just feel like you're just starting the holiday weekend.
Yeah.
And then for the Illinois and the Rutgers, of course, Illinois, it's going to be Friday night. It's going to be the 400. Wait a minute. How can they claim it's going to be the 400 sellout when it's not sold out yet?
That's true. Neither are games 1 and 3.
Y'all better pick the Illinois game or this sellout streak is ending.
Yeah, what if everyone picked the Rutgers game and they were like, crap, we didn't take this into account.
Are we still giving tickets to kids? Maybe it will be.
Yeah, what's Trev doing these days?
That'd be one heck of a job if Nebraska decided, okay, here's where we're going to acknowledge the sellout streak's not legit. We're going to end it at $3.99.
That would be actually pretty awesome. I would give a shout out to Yogurt.
But again, Friday night, Illinois game or the Rutgers, which arguably is one of the best early season Big Ten home game.
People are saying that Rutgers could be good this year.
Pretty good.
I think some people are going to pick them to win like 8 games.
And then your last pick,
Rutgers.
It's UCLA or Wisconsin.
All right, so what would you do with these?
I'd go
UTEP.
I'd go UTEP, Illinois, Wisconsin.
We agree. Yeah, that sounds fun. UTEP, Illinois. Yeah, I said it earlier. Friday night, good night for football. UTEP, home opener. I love openers. Wisconsin, huge game. And it's senior day. It's the last game of this season.
Yeah.
So what, is there 1 or 2 games on here that are not on? So Colorado's obviously not in the 3-pack. And that's it? Did they play 7 home games this year?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right. Yeah, that's cool. I like how they're doing it this year, honestly. Because I think normally it's like pick 3. I didn't recall it being like this, where it's one or the other.
Yeah, you have 3 pairs.
I think, it's kind of like,
3 pairs that you're picking.
I think this is a cool way to do it. It is, not to go old guy, but man, it's wild. Like, this is going to be a solid team, and they still haven't sold all the tickets.
Well, welcome to
2024.
Welcome to 2024.
It's a different time. That's true.
It's a very different time. Again, and some of this is because people would just rather watch the games elsewhere.
Like Peacock.
On their couch all day long.
Or outside while you're mowing the lawn listening to Greg Sharp on the radio.
Right.
Or if you're out in the field.
Can't say anything bad about that.
You damn right you can, because that's a great thing. That's a beautiful thing. You're out there commiserating with nature while you're listening to Greg and Damon describe with a beautiful word painting.
Damon and his fun nicknames.
Of red.
What does he call Greg? What does he called Gary? G Funk.
He liked to call me Slick.
He loves that. Hey, what's up, Slick? What does he call Greg?
I have no idea.
He probably has some sort of a nickname for him, right?
I don't know. But you know what? You could find out if you spend a little more time outside walking around with some earbuds on.
Yeah, touch some grass.
Yeah, I'm outside literally every day for hours at a time. I go outside. Yeah, moving about, Nick. Moving. Sometimes faster than others. But a lot of times.
But most of the times not as fast as others. I mean, the old people still get past.
All right, that's definitely not true.
Especially when they
drive.
There's
an old guy that
Have you ever thought about just driving?
Oh, that sounds boring.
That sounds like fun. Driving on the running path.
Oh, no.
That sounds like fun.
There was someone driving on the running path today. They were getting the trash. I say, thank you for your service. There's this old guy that I talk to every time I see him. I say, it's Charlie. Hey, Charlie. He says, hey,
good.
Josh. Chris.
Yesterday I went for my walk and
run.
No,
it's good for the heart.
Walk.
Boring.
Because it's better for your joints. And
hey, Daddy's home.
Lick. It was along one of the busier streets, and it sounded like there was this roar of engines. It was like we always have these motorcycle. They're not motorcycle gangs because they're not. But,
they're not gangs.
But
they have leather jackets.
They don't.
They're denim.
And so it was like, oh man,
Canadians.
this is a lot of noise. And I just happened to turn around, and in the sidewalk, there were like 6 bicyclists coming right at me. It was like that scene in Jedi where the TIE fighters are coming right at the Millennium Falcon. And for a second, I thought, I am going to get run over.
Wow.
Did you just hear a bunch of on your left, on your left, on your left?
No, because I had earbuds on, plus the motorcycles were coming up behind me. And so there was a lot of noise. So even if the cyclists, the bicyclists had said anything, probably wouldn't have heard them.
Got to get the headphones that allow you to hear everything still as the bone conduction.
Yeah, those are fun.
Well, no, it wasn't the earbuds' fault. It was mostly the motorcycles because there was a lot of motorcycles. It was
it's like that South Park episode.
Yeah, but these were mostly the non-Harley brand of motorcycles.
Oh,
the ones
crotch
that go,
rockets.
The ones that go,
My brand. Don't like those.
Ninjas.
Chris says, warm Dr. Pepper was a bit Christopher Walken's character, liked in the movie Blast from the Past. Don't think it was ever actually a real thing.
Say, I understand that it was a bit, but there are people who
they're doing it for the bit.
Doing it.
Hmm.
You know, it's one of those bits that have
But are they
transcended
only
being a bit.
Are they only doing it like they were doing the ice bucket challenge? It was a one-time thing, and then they went back to their normal routine.
I don't know. I think it's one of those things like, you remember YOLO, Josh?
Yeah, you only live once.
Remember when people started saying YOLO first, maybe ironically, and then it just became a part of vernacular?
Yeah.
Become part of the culture. I think that's what this is.
I think that kind of happened with me and bro.
Yeah.
I'll say bro. And I used to say it as a joke, and now I just say bro.
Yeah, so I think Dr. Pepper is the bro, or warm Dr. Pepper is the bro of things.
That's gross. Look at what Sipple did to our segment. Look at what he did.
Now we're talking about Dr. Pepper.
By the way, I just saw a picture, John.
We talked about the Dr. Pepper.
Because it's a Cowboys person that I follow, and he asked, okay, is this a sandwich? And it's a dog hot.
The dog hot.
No, see, of course Nick knows that. The hot dog, the dog, John, is cut open, and then they put the bun inside of it.
Would you eat a dog hot?
No.
That's weird.
Now, is the hot dog cold and the bread warm?
Oh, dear God.
How are they doing this?
Oh, that's disgusting. People are weird.
I think our prisons are overcrowded.
Wow, abolish prisons, John. Lefty John.
No, because I think that's where all of these ideas are coming from. They're trying, this is during arts and crafts in prison, and that's where these ideas are coming
John
from.
says
because only someone who's been
abolish.
incarcerated for a long time and has no concept of what real life is like could come up with a dumb idea
or maybe
like this.
drugs.
Do they get hot dogs or dog hots in prison?
You ever think about drugs?
Might need to start recriminalizing drugs again.
Make drugs criminalized
If this is
again?
the idea that we're going to get. I mean, it used to be back in the 60s.
What if this is a Dr. Pepper fan?
That the drugs gave us all the good music. Now the drugs are giving us the dog hot.
But also still good music.
No, we're not getting any good music. We haven't had any good music for a long time.
John, when was the last good song? What year?
Great question.
That's a thing for you to look up tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
When's the last song that came out that you were like, that's a good song?
I mean, it's gotten so bad they don't even do the Billboard Hot 100 anymore. It's like the Billboard Hot 3 because there's only like 3 songs.
Wow, tough look for the FM stations.
There is an interesting theory out there called the music singularity theory, though. That's pretty fun.
What's that?
Basically, people are releasing this music and it becomes popular. So then people try to make music that sounds like that. And then that music gets promoted on streaming, and then it's turned into this vicious cycle to where things are just starting to converge.
Sounds terrible.
It does sound terrible.
Sounds horrible.
Kind of like today's music. Sounds terrible.
Thank God we don't do that on FM or AM radio. Rather, we have takes.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
We have takes. How about you?
That should be the new slogan for the zone.
It's a little wordy.
Sports. We know sports.
Saunter over to one of our music stations right now and ask the DJ, hey, give me the Billboard Hot 100 right now. Let me see if I can identify any of these songs.
Record it.
This is just a fun bit. We can
record, John, turn on the camera, walk into that studio, and they'll have an answer, I'm sure.
Great idea.
Incredible idea.
I have the Hot 100 pulled up.
Speaking of great ideas, John.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's probably the Hot 100 from like 1985. A lot of Huey Lewis on that list.
The FanDuel Sportsbook, because, John, it's a Tuesday.
It is.
You know what Tuesday means.
That's right, Dinger Tuesday. Do not waste any of your time on the Cubs White Sox. There's my bet of the day.
There won't be any home runs in that game, John?
Probably not. Those teams suck.
Well, that's good to know, because right now on Dinger Tuesdays, you go to FanDuel.com/1620. You can bet on your favorite player, as long as they're not on the Cubs, to rip a moonshot. And FanDuel, how about this? We'll give you $5 in bonus bets for every home run that is hit during that game. Doesn't even have to be that person you bet on, just has to be hit during the game.
Yeah, it's as simple as that. So go to FanDuel.com, check out all the games tonight, pick a guy that you think could hit a home run tonight. And if anybody in that game for either side hits a home run, you get $5 in bonus bets for every home run. That's only on FanDuel.com/1620. That's FanDuel.com/1620. Get in on Dinger Tuesday action only from FanDuel. 21 plus and present in Iowa. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $25 a game. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
This is something that I've been very cognizant of living in Omaha. Because I think Nebraska athletics, whether it be trying to gain new ticket holders, new donors, new interest, yes, winning matters, is they need to be better in this town, like more visible.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Still a chance of a shower, maybe an isolated thunder shower into early evening, but no widespread severe weather. Otherwise, partly cloudy. Later tonight, lows drop back into the mid-50s. Mostly sunny, breezy, and warm for Wednesday with highs in the mid-80s. I am Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, no wrecks to avoid this afternoon. We do have reports of delays on westbound I-80, starting at 42nd going to 72nd. If you're east on I-80, delays go from 680 to about 84th. Delays on northbound 204th at West Center. And then delays on Dodge for both directions around 72nd. And if you're west on Dodge, you're going to see the usual delays from 680 to about 114th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
We're excited to announce the grand opening of Saul's Jewelry and Loan's new downtown location. It's a Saul's shopping experience like you've never seen. Amazing jewelry finds at our famous best in town prices. Tools, bikes, guitars. 22nd and Hardy, downtown Omaha, Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Hey, you hear that? That's the sound of loose change in your pocket reminding you to buy a 99-cent medium fountain drink from Casey's. So the next time you hear this, you already know where to go. 99-cent medium fountain drinks. It's not crazy. It's Casey's.
There is only one constant in the universe, and that's change.
Brent Rasmussen of Mortgage Specialists.
I'm sure many of you remember the incredibly low interest rates that were available only a few years ago. Well, things changed. Now rates are higher. But would you believe me if I told you there was a time when people were paying double-digit rates? And that's the thing. Everything changes. Rates go up, rates go down. So if you're waiting for the perfect time when rates drop before you buy a home, you might miss out on the home you really want. So when you think about it, what's a thing today might not be a thing tomorrow. See? Change is good. I'm Brent Rasmussen. Call me at Mortgage Specialists, and we can show you all the details. Mortgage Specialists. Driven, trusted, reliable.
Click mtg-specialists.com. NMLS number 5918, Equal Housing Lender.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
I'm a Big Red fan, man, so go Big Red.
The 1620 The Zone.
So now that Pepsi's fallen to third in the overall soda rankings, behind Coke and Dr. Pepper. I don't know, Nebraska. Do you want to be affiliated with number 3? I mean, it's bad enough you've been affiliated with number 2 for all these years.
Wouldn't it be nice if it was like a work pop machine where you could get like Coke and Mountain Dew
for what, $2.50?
Probably.
I mean, at a
sporting event, $2.50. That's a bargain.
That's a steal.
When was the last time a Pepsi school won a national championship?
I mean, there was that Reddit story about this a few years ago.
Yeah, probably.
Nick, you could do a little research for us if you'd like. I don't know the answer to that question, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, sorry, Nick.
Well, speaking of the Huskers, our good buddy Dave Bartu.
Yes.
Weighed in today on the Twitter machine.
He does argue with him again like we did last time about schedule strength and stuff.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that because he does have his top 20 ease of schedule rankings.
Ease of schedule.
He asked the question, how many of the 12 playoff teams come from this list? So here are the top 20 ease of schedule.
Okay.
I'm sure he's got some cool formula.
I love his
that
formulas.
is as protected as the 23 flavors of Dr. Pepper.
It's also what a baby says when they're hungry. I love formula.
Wow.
In order: Notre Dame, North Carolina, Ohio State, Miami, Oregon, Alabama, Penn State, Texas A&M, Georgia, Oklahoma, Texas, Tennessee, LSU, Memphis, Auburn, Florida State, Utah, Nebraska, Michigan, and Ole Miss. That's right. Nebraska made the top 20, Dave Bartu, ease of schedule.
Wait a second. John, Ohio State, Oregon, Bama. I thought these were in the toughest conferences in America. What the hell's going on here?
Yeah, amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, where are the Big 12 schools?
Yeah, good question.
I have the information, by the way.
Yeah.
A lot of SEC on this list, and a lot of Big 10 on this list,
Is this
and
real
not
quick-
a whole lot of Big 12 or other on
Is
this
this
list.
comparatively like to your talent level? Or is this because it has to be, right?
Well, but if that were, it could be.
Ohio State's playing Penn State and Michigan. How do they have an easy schedule? Has to be in relation to your talent.
Well, anyway, he asked how many of the 12 playoff teams come from this list?
Ohio State, Oregon, Georgia, Texas. I think that's 4 teams right now, John? 5 teams? Florida State. Wouldn't surprise me if Utah did. I mean, quite a few. I bet there are teams that will come from outside of this list. How many ACC schools are in here? Florida State is just the one. Only Utah in there from the Big 12. So it's like, I mean, the margin of
Memphis.
And then Memphis is the G5. A lot of people think Memphis will be the G5 rep this year. So, I mean, that's, but like no margin of error. In Memphis, only G5 team. Florida State, only ACC team. Utah, only Big 12 team. So will you get some teams from those leagues coming in from the outside of this list?
Am I crazy? I'm not saying that these are the only 2 teams that will make it, but if I had to lay some money down,
okay,
there's only 2 teams on this list that I would be willing to lay money down that they will be in the playoff for sure, and that's Ohio State and Georgia.
Wow, that's crazy to me. Only 2
that I feel that confident in.
I mean, I mean,
Notre Dame, can I see that? Yes. North Carolina, can I see it? Yes.
Oh, wait, they are ACC. I forgot about that.
Maybe. Miami, no.
And Miami. God, but not Oregon?
No.
Wow.
Oregon and Texas are 2 teams that if this had been this year's team last year, then I'd be sure. But they're making that conference transition. And that has proven to be a big roadblock for a lot of programs. It's derailed some programs.
I think Oregon's going to come in and whoop some ass.
Again, I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but man, that conference transition, we saw it firsthand here. It is not that easy.
So who would you say then outside of Oregon from the Big 10? Would you go Penn State next? Would you go Michigan next? Would you go one of the old West schools next?
Oh, no, I'm not saying I mean, I'm just saying from this list, if I had to lay, let's say like $1,000 on it, I'm only taking Georgia and Ohio State. Those are the only 2 teams I would even touch.
Wow.
Because I don't trust anyone else that far. Now in the next tier of teams,
$200.
The next tier down, then yeah, that's where Oregon and Texas show up. That's where Notre Dame shows up.
Who do you like as the third Big Ten team to make it if it's going to get 3? Michigan, Penn State, Wisconsin, Iowa?
Oh, the third big...
because we all think that the Big Ten will get at least 3 teams in, right?
Yeah.
So if you say Oregon and Ohio State are numbers 1 and 2 in some order, who would be team number 3? Michigan with a brand new coach, new quarterback, lost a lot of players, but still a really good defense. Penn State, a team that has had so much success in the regular season when they don't have to play Ohio State and Michigan.
That's hard to say because I need to start,
roster studying,
schedule studying. I mean, probably Michigan.
Isn't that crazy?
Probably Michigan.
And then outside
as that third team behind Ohio State and Oregon.
And was Georgia the number 2 team that you mentioned for the SEC?
Georgia was the number 1 team.
Or Texas, rather. Sorry. Isn't that wild that we're not talking about Alabama? We haven't said their name.
See, I'd put Alabama another tier down.
Yeah, I would too.
At least. Because I think there's going to be some growing pains.
Hard to replace the best coach of all time.
It is, yes.
We saw Nebraska with a super loaded roster in 1998 go 9-4. Now, some of it was young, right? The quarterback position was young. That was a good roster that set up for a 12-1 team the very next year.
Yeah,
but they were young and they had a new head coach. And there are growing pains.
Yes, there are.
And there will be growing pains. Alabama plays Georgia this year in the regular season. They play LSU in the regular season.
Could I be sold on Tennessee?
Yeah, they were a school that I was just looking at for a moment. By the way, Bama also has Wisconsin.
And
and Oklahoma. Good Lord.
I don't know what LSU's going to be like.
Well, they have a great coach.
They
have a great coach. It'd be funny if A&M finally broke through after they fired Jimbo.
Yes, it would.
Be very funny.
Yes, it would. Actually.
And then, like we talked about earlier, just Utah.
Hey, Ole Miss.
Ole Miss is a team that they are playoff or bust. They have to make it. They have spent so much money. They have upgraded their roster. They have their quarterback back. They got to make the playoff. This, we talked about Penn State a moment ago. Playoff expansion, perfect for a program like a Penn State. Well, SEC, Ole Miss is that same team. Been good, but not good enough. Now's their chance. Plus divisions are gone. Now's their chance.
Again, everything changing at the exact same time is going to create a lot of intrigue, which is why I can, again, make the argument that this could be the most fascinating college football season we've ever experienced, because we're going to be going through a lot of things for the first time, and it's all happening at the same time.
You won't want to miss a moment of this season. Glue yourself to your couch.
Especially if you have a radio and you have chores to do, or you just want to get out of the house because your butt is getting molded to the seat and you need to move around and get the circulation going.
Glue it like the Minnesota protester. Glue your ass to your seats, folks.
Just
someone that glued themselves to a seat?
No, to the floor. You don't remember that? The chicken lady a few years ago? She glued herself to the floor?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Protesters can be some of the dumbest people.
Was 07 the last really weird season in college football? Was that the 07
That's
season?
the king weird season.
Yeah. Well, that's what a lot of people like
you
to think of it as the
weirder
king.
than 07?
Oh, easily. Because again, a lot of this is going to be, I'm not saying that we won't see a lot of the same familiar old faces, but because, we're going to be going through these wonky tiebreakers for the first time.
Wonk
in the Big Ten and the SEC.
Oh, man.
That's going to cause some consternation.
Isn't it going to be great?
It's going to be great because it's going to prove me right again.
There's the soapbox.
That there are so many stupid people running college sports. Oh, it's okay. We just have a 7-way tie for second, even though not everyone plays each other.
Oh, yuck. Nick did research. Nick, what's your research tell us?
My research told us, and this is from an article from 2022.
Okay.
And I don't have my Twitter open anymore.
So it's recent.
Crap.
I have it, Nick. The thing that you sent out on
since
Twitter?
2000, only one school that's a Pepsi school is a national champion, and that was the Florida Gators.
That's correct.
And then there's a couple schools that double dip, like Georgia, I think.
Oh, yeah. Georgia, Bama, LSU, Clemson,
What do you mean
Ohio
double
State.
dip?
One more than one.
They have
national.
both.
Oh!
They have both pops?
Yeah.
In Georgia, they allow anything but Coke?
No.
Oh, no? Did I misread that?
Texas sells both Pepsi and Coke on campus. Everywhere else is just Coke.
Yeah, but what about in the stadium?
Yeah, I don't know. Nick's story says, this is from statecollege.com. It says it on...
Because I don't... I mean, you can't go places where you get both unless it's a convenience store, right?
Yeah, that'd be weird.
Because usually, sporting venues are just like, restaurants. It's either a Coke restaurant or a Pepsi restaurant. They either have
either way. Florida was the last one since 2000.
So it doesn't happen. Nebraska needs to switch back to Coke.
I can't wait to start
or
seeing
at
the
least
Dr. Pepper.
Or Dr. Pepper.
It still blows my mind that
No,
Dr.
thank you.
Pepper is its own thing. Dr. Pepper can exist in a Coke place or a Pepsi place.
Schrodinger's cat. It's Schrodinger's soda.
It's its own entity.
Yeah.
Dr. Pepper is just It exists.
It's a beautiful thing.
I love it.
They need to bring back the I'm a Pepper campaign.
You're a pepper. Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too?
He's a pepper. She's a pepper. Wouldn't you like to be a pepper too?
You don't like
no, I will say this.
Take a Dr. Pepper.
And I won't say this just because we had Larry on. Remember the actor who played Larry, the Dr. Pepper guy?
Yes.
Friend of the Grum. The Fanstown spots I've always enjoyed.
Pretty good.
Dr. Pepper does a pretty good job with the commercial.
I don't know.
I enjoy. That's one thing I miss when I am outside listening to college football, is I don't get my fill of Fanstown commercials.
What about the
Fansville?
Or Fansville.
Fansville. What about
I like those. They're good.
The tiny man. Do you like the tiny Dr. Pepper man, the glam
Nah,
rock guy?
no, that's
kind of sounds like Prince.
Good.
Yeah,
This season on Fansville.
I like those. You don't like those?
No. What is wrong with you?
Why
Let
don't you
John
like
enjoy an
those?
ad
They're
campaign.
Horrible.
Why are they horrible?
Because they're boring and then stupid. I think they're stupid mainly.
I mean, they're literally, it's
Face
making
paint.
fun of the silliness of being a college football fan. It's fun.
I could do a better job.
No, I don't think you could.
Do you like Heisman House?
Heisman House
is-
makes me laugh sometimes.
No, Heisman House is dumb.
Wow. It's going to be funny this year. Reggie Bush will be in Heisman House because he
Oh.
got his Heisman back.
Cool.
You're the one who likes Fansville, you dork.
Fansville's funny.
Nah.
Not as good as the Sonic guys. I miss the
I
Sonic
don't
guys.
like the Sonic guys.
I love the Sonic guys. I stand with John on
I
this
miss
one.
the Sonic guys. They were good.
They try too hard.
They try to.
The writing.
That
for the-
is
Nick Grimm.
that is the perfect allegory for his generation. They try too hard.
Well, that's
If you don't try, then you'll be better.
the writing. The copy.
The writing is great.
The script made it seem like they were trying too hard to figure out conversations that people would have, to the point where they're not conversations that people would have in a drive-through.
I'd have
We're
those
just hanging out.
conversations. Talk what you're hanging out with your bros.
Not
Talk
the
about
kind
stuff.
of conversations I have with my bros.
It's a commercial with two dorky guys overreacting to fast food. It's supposed to be silly.
Bingo, Nick.
It's another one of those. It's funny. I just don't get it kind of things.
Speaking of silly, what do we have in content today, John?
Nice.
Well, Josh's worst fears, as he mentioned
The
yesterday,
Cowboys playoff loss on repeat forever?
have come to pass.
Mm.
Tom Chattel's got an idea.
Oh.
And I have found my choice for president in 2024.
Sam says, what about monotone Nick Saban and a CGI duck? Aflac?
Because most of those have Prime in them, and Prime is triggering me now.
That's
now?
Yeah, this is a new development. John did used to be pro Prime.
I was never
many years.
I wasn't anti-Prime. I liked him on NFL Network.
Yeah.
He was good.
Just
Now he
names it.
played for a lot of bad teams that I
Great
hated.
teams. Incredible teams.
What'd the Falcons ever do to you?
Good point, Nick.
Didn't like the Falcons.
They did lose 28-3 that one time.
People
did.
forget.
Yeah, remember that game?
16-20 zone.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
Are Nebraska craft beers and ciders important to you? Whether you just love Nebraska brewed beers and ciders or you're a full-fledged craft brewery, there are benefits to membership for anyone with the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. Their sole mission is to foster and help grow the Nebraska-centric brewing community. Become a member today at nebraska.beer and help advance the craft beer and cider industry in the state of Nebraska. Find out more about the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild at nebraska.beer.
Be a memory for your grandchildren. Among Nebraska adults age 65 or older, 47% report current alcohol use. Drinking too much can cause harm to children, family members, and loved ones. By drinking less, you will still be around for your grandchildren. If you or a loved one is looking for help, find a treatment facility near you at findtreatment.gov. For immediate support, call, text, or chat 988.
Brought to you by Nebraska DHHS in partnership with SAMHSA.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Tweet coming in from Aaron. Nick
Yeah.
saying someone is trying too hard is pure gold. He is the king of trying too hard. It takes one to know one. Am I right, Nick?
Hey, yo. At least I'm the king.
There you go.
Steve mentions that we should switch to RC Cola at the University of Nebraska.
Steve, shut up.
I went through an RC phase when I was a child.
Of course you did.
RC is good.
Well, because I'd never heard of it.
Not.
Yes, it is.
All right. You know that meme we were doing earlier or the Rockwell?
Mm-hmm.
Dark pop, bad.
All dark
That's
pop?
the take, and I'm sticking to it. Not great.
Wow. Out on the dark.
No, pop.
Out on the dark.
Pop.
Okay.
Pop.
Josh says I don't like the dark.
Pop.
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 What are you, the 4th of July?
Pop, 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 pop gets a treat.
As you might have feared, Josh.
What?
CeeDee Lamb is skipping minicamp and wants a big contract extension like the one Justin Jefferson got yesterday. If Jefferson is worth $110 million guaranteed, how much is Lamb worth, but in Dr. Pepper terms?
I don't know, a billion Dr. Peppers. I mean, he's going to want $111 million guaranteed. What is he actually worth compared to Jefferson? I'd say like 100. He's a lesser receiver, but he's really good.
He is not Justin Jefferson, but yeah, he's probably
100
looking
million.
at $100 million guaranteed.
He'll probably get more than Jefferson. because he's next. That's what always happens. It's the next guy always gets the next.
Right, but here's the dealio. Minnesota thinks they have their new franchise quarterback. Dallas is not certain where they stand in terms of their franchise quarterback. Are they going to keep the guy they got? If they do, they got to sign him to a big contract. Or do they move on from him? And how much does that impact what CeeDee Lamb is willing to sign for with Dallas versus, and he's not up until next year, right? Yeah, so we're talking about a contract extension before his contract expires. But yeah, how does the Dak Prescott conversation and what Dallas spends on him, how does that impact what they're able to do with CeeDee?
Wait, real quick, this is his option year. So they would need to get it done before, like you don't want to go into this year with it being his last year. So they will need to get it done before the season.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I miss Josh Dobbs.
You miss Josh Dobbs.
The Pastronaut.
Good God.
Larry Allen passed away yesterday at 52. What memories do you have of the former Cowboys offensive lineman?
I mean, he was just part of a really good offensive line. I mean, people don't realize how great. They always talk about the triplets, but those Cowboy teams were great because they had a great defense and they had a great offensive line. And that made all of those dudes better.
Good days.
They were bad days, but that was a really good team. And Larry Allen he and Nate Newton and trying to remember some of the other dudes on that offensive line. Oh my God. It'll come back to me, but just an excellent offensive line of which he was one.
We talked about it many times. I'm very bummed that I missed out on that era because I've never gotten to see them do anything of note. I have to imagine that I would have loved John Madden's love of Larry Allen. Like you go watch.
Well, John Madden had a thing for Nate Newton. John Madden couldn't get himself enough of Nate Newton. God, constantly drawing pictures and Nate Newton doing this. Look at Nate Newton doing that. But yeah, Larry was more of the quieter of the group. But he too, John Madden loved those
good
Cowboys
times.
teams.
They were good blockers, Nick.
Yeah,
and they won games.
Thankfully, that was 30 years ago.
Sadly, it was 30 years ago.
ESPN's David Hale ranked all 134 FBS quarterback situations going into the upcoming season and did so in tiers. Dylan Raiola ended up in tier 4, the young and the restless. He wrote, Nebraska has not finished in the top 25 nationally in total QBR in any season since 2012, and added, all of this is to say that while Raiola is a tremendous prospect, he's up against a lot of history in Lincoln. Is that fair?
I mean, he certainly is. He ran through some other stuff in terms of like the last guy to get drafted was Tanner Lee, and a few other struggles as well. But yeah, I mean, this is what he is. They have not had a quarterback play that well. Now, does former history matter in terms of what he will do? No, it's going to be more about the pieces around him.
Mm-hmm.
But it is another nice reminder of like, wow, this is just could be quite different from what we have seen around here in a long time.
Could be very different than what we have seen around here. Prediction that if Mr. Raiola does break out, there's going to be a lot of people who are across the country who will be like, whoa, Nebraska's got a quarterback now. Look out for Big Red, which is why I believe Nebraska, by the time we get to the beginning of the season, will be in somebody's dark horse playoff contender spot.
Nice.
Go Big Red.
Tom Chattel has an idea to fix the ills of Nebraska hosting a Friday night football game. Football day in Nebraska. The nuts and bolts? Let's have every high school team in the state play on the afternoon of September 20th. They can even kick off at the same time. Would this work?
Well, we keep hearing that there's a referee shortage, apparently. There's not enough referees to go around.
But he's saying play the game still on Friday, just do it early.
Yeah, but how is that? I'm not saying it's a terrible idea or do something to celebrate high school football. I've got nothing against that. But for those folks who want to do the high school thing and still see the Huskers, they're coming from a long distance. That might be a difficult task. But there's a kernel of an idea in here. There's a kernel of an idea in here that I like from Tom, and we can flesh it out.
Don't hate it. I do think we're all trying to come up with a bunch of ideas that aren't going to get followed through with. So
because people like Josh are just fine with college football taking a giant dump on high school football.
The lyric actually was Friday night's a great night for college football, but that was an extra couple of syllables. That's why they got rid of it.
The movie was also about a professional team.
Yeah, which is why the lyric was weird.
Kennedy Carter.
Kennedy.
All right. So,
no, Nick, if I would have seen this 2 days ago, I would have said the same
Nick.
thing.
We need to have a talk, millennial parents, about.
This is actually a Gen X parent.
So I was
fine. Gen X could have been a millennial. I don't know.
Kennedy Carter was not born from a millennial.
I was going to make a joke about it
could be an old millennial,
a WNBA player, not a combination of two presidents.
Anyway, it is Kennedy, even though yes, CH is usually.
The WNBA player who knocked Caitlin Clark over with a flagrant foul says she will learn from the incident, but she is more than just one clip. Do you have any final thoughts on this story that's gripped the nation before we move on?
This is great for the sport. We need more anger and violence like this.
Oh,
I am for this. I was thinking about it on my drive home last night. I think that this is...
So you want players beating each other up? You want the WWE.
Didn't you like the 80s when guys were getting clotheslined and basketball wasn't soft? You liked those days of the NBA. Michael Jordan getting his ass whooped by the bad boys.
Are you handshake memeing with Pat McAfee?
Sounds like it.
I didn't say no. That's not what he said. I think this is sports. Like, this is fine. It's sports.
Yeah, the only thing that's really bugging me right now is all the ne'er-do-wells out there who are like, we don't like it when people talk about our sport, even though we've been begging you to talk about our sport for all of these years.
Matt DeMarinis.
Listen, fine. I get it. You don't want us talking about it. I've got enough things going on. I am done with this story.
Are you banning Caitlin Clark from the Grum?
No, I'm not banning it. I'm just like, you don't want us to talk about it? Fine. I won't. Not any skin off my back.
Wow.
Well, I'm going to talk about something a little less inflammatory to finish it up.
Yeah, the last one.
We finally found a debate on the floor of Congress that's fitting of the times.
What?
U.S. Representative John Rose of Tennessee was making a spirited case against Donald Trump, but his son sitting behind him stole the show.
Using the justice system to engage in a politically driven prosecution and now conviction of a major political party nominee running for president, especially on the charges brought against Donald Trump, should gravely concern every member of this body. We'd be well served to remember the long and cherished tradition we have in this country of settling our political differences at the ballot box. For nearly 2.5 centuries, our nation's elected leaders have properly resisted the temptation to oppose their political rivals through the weaponization of our justice system. Equal justice for all, and an overall trust in our justice system is fundamental to who we are as Americans.
Is this not the perfect reaction to all of this conversation going on in Washington, D.C.? Just rolling your eyes, making funny faces.
So here's my question. Obviously, that kid is no stranger to a camera.
That's
How
his
did
son,
he know?
his 6-year-old son.
He must recognize the red light from the camera and everything. How mad was his dad when he got home?
Probably a lot, but I'll tell you this much right now. Guy Rose, 2024.
John, you know that that's illegal. He's not 35 years old.
We break all these other rules. Marijuana is now legal in most places. Sports gambling's legal in most places. I'm voting for a 6-year-old for president.
You can't name a 6-year-old guy. He's not a guy. He's a child.
Yeah, he should be called Boy Rose.
He should. I hate that name.
It's a stupid name.
Guy's a bad name.
Yeah. By the way, Sam says, Nick, I too went through an RC phase, felt different.
I've always been this way. I don't know what to tell you.
We know, Nick.
It's
we
ingrained.
know.
It's in my DNA.
I enjoy a good cola.
John, I'm just happy that you have someone that you can vote for.
I do. I have someone I can vote for now.
Man, this is like the NBA. You know how the NBA keeps having new champions? You're like the NBA. You can just never vote for somebody twice in a row.
I don't need to.
Yeah. I mean, spot the lie there, I guess.
Well,
I'll be going back to back in 2024.
I don't want to vote for a dead guy. Though they did that in Missouri once.
Well, I mean, he's still alive for now.
That's true.
For now, John.
Yeah. Well, I'm voting for Guy Rose.
All right. Congrats to the 6-year-old.
He'll have plenty of time to grow into the job.
I mean, sir, it wasn't there
grow into his name.
Like that was a movie plot of kid wins an award or wins the mayor of a town.
Oh, I'm sure it
Wasn't
was.
there like a Disney movie about
and
a
I'm
kid
sure
being the president?
I'm sure Tony Danza played the
would you stop
outgoing mayor, and his name was Tony.
It's time to talk about dinner, John.
1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
It's going to be another sizzling hot summer. Stay cool with 35% off new Champion windows. Don't burn your money on high energy bills. Get new energy efficient windows from Champion. 35% off. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. The more you buy, the more you save. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Plus, we're giving away the chance to win a $50,000 home makeover. Enter online today. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding. Now 35% off. Don't wait. This sale won't last long. 35% off windows, sunrooms, and siding. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. All discounts apply to our regular prices. Select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
Some people think business banking is only about transactions. But at Emprise, we don't view money as an end game. We see it as an engine. It's who we are. Transforming ideas into IPOs, turning potential into profit. Emprise is next generation business banking, where we help money work for you, not the other way around. That's the power of possible. Visit emprisebank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
For the second year, the Nebraska Lottery's NASCAR Powerball Playoff promotion has roared into our state, and the excitement is throttling up. Until June 24th, buy a Powerball ticket with Power Play and Double Play. Enter the voucher number, and you could be one of 15 Nebraska winners of $1,000 and the chance to win a VIP trip to the NASCAR Cup Series Championship weekend, plus a shot at $1 million. Enter today. Powerball top prize odds 1 in 292 million.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Got the happy hour blues? Get to Cops for happy hour relief with 2 happy hours from 3 to 6 p.m. and 8:30 p.m. till close Sunday through Friday. Cops serves 24-ounce domestic drafts for just $3 and 24-ounce craft drafts for only $4, plus $2 off appetizers. The restaurant that offers great pizza, burgers, and tasty charred wings now offers 2 great happy hours. Visit Cops today at 180th and Center, the Shadow Lake Town Center, and 72nd and Jones, or click copspizza.com. Cops, pizza, and so much more.
Get ready to experience the excitement of college baseball's championship series in Omaha with tickets for less. Use promo code THEZONE to get exclusive savings on tickets for this year's games at ticketsforless.com. Every seat holds a story. Find yours with no service fees at ticketsforless.com. Velocity Clinical Research in Omaha frequently conducts clinical trials for a broad range of investigational treatments. Velocity is currently seeking participants to wear a Fitbit watch for 31 days with compensation of up to $200. Some other current studies include low T, COPD, flu, pediatric, infant, and RSV. They also perform vaccine studies for people of all ages. See current trials at velocityclinicaltrials.com, compensation for study-related time and travel, and find out more at velocityclinicaltrials.com.
Summer is here, Father's Day is around the corner, and there is no better place to get dad outfitted than Lindley Clothing or yourself. Guys, Lindley Clothing has been outfitting us men for over 88 years. And now with summer here, shorts, polos, short sleeve shirts, golf attire, they've got it all at Lindley Clothing. They're a staple in Omaha. They could be a staple in your wardrobe with the top-notch brands from Jack Victor all the way to Peter Millar. Sportswear to tailored clothing, Lindley Clothing has you covered top to bottom. Shop now at their location, 132nd and West Dodge in the Linden Market. It's Lindley Clothing.
John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
Shut up, you blind old man.
It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I think it's the leftover ribs. Last night the roast, we turned it in. It was actually Italian beef sandwiches.
That sounds way better than roast.
Really good.
We have leftovers. I think I'm doing the rest of the pasta tonight.
Oh, Cheez-It stuff from Taco Bell, really mid, by the way. Rice night. It's rice night.
Rice night.
We just figured out some fun statistics off the air. Wish we had time to share them with you because we're kind of due for another one. But we're out of time.
Yeah, it might have been the best stuff we've ever done off the air.
Oh my God. Could you imagine the content from that?
There'll be content.